It was -10 there. Obviously, we were playing inside, but yeah, it's a little chilly this morning. Definitely not Florida-ish.
Yeah, I see a few people in the crowd with shorts on. I guess they're from up north. They think this is magnificent weather.
Yeah, I beg to differ. I prefer a nice 78 without the wind.
That's awesome. Well, as you guys can see on championship court, Ben Johns and Annalie Waters going for another mixed doubles championship. Across the net is Jay Duvillier and Jessie Irvine. They won Vegas together with mixed doubles. Both dynamite teams here on championship court. Do you have any insight about Ben Johns and Annalie Waters with what they're, practicing and what they've been going through?
Well, definitely a little insight here. They've played this team already twice this year. They beat them in first tournament of the year in Arizona in the final, and then they beat them in straight games last time they played them in Minnesota. So it'll be interesting to see if Jessie and Jay change anything up. Well, I know they returned a lot to Annalie in the last tournament in Minnesota. I believe 80 to 90% of the returns were hit to Annalie. That obviously didn't work out for them, so I'm going to look to see if they're returning to Ben early on, and also to see if they switch sides a little sooner. They put Jessie on the backhand side. She's starting on to Ben and Annalie, because it's basically business as usual for Ben and Annalie until somebody starts to make them have to adjust, because clearly they're the favorites in this match. They're going to try to play their games until they have to make an adjustment.
Do you expect Duvillier to be very active, moving left to right and staying on the prowl?
Absolutely. He covers as much court as anybody, especially in mixed doubles. He's very long. He can't really float anything to the middle because he has great reach. So he's going to be looking to really impose himself there in the center. And I think that's going to be one of, if not the biggest shot in the match, one of the biggest, where when Annalie attacks Jay down the line from that forehand side, if he can guard his line and the middle at the same time, because she's got quite a good flip to both sides, and it's not easy to cover both. But if Jay can do that and force the cross court with Jessie, that's really how they want the points to play. Their best pattern in this match is Jessie can go forehand cross court with Annalie forever, and then Jay's holding down the down the line. Nice little misdirect there behind by Jessie. I think Jessie has a great misdirect on that forehand side out of the air. Her court positioning a lot of times is a little far back for my taste, and if she did that a little bit more, I feel like she'd be more offensive, and I think that's something she really needs to do in this match to keep Ben more honest.
Nice adjustment there from Duvillier as he got caught 2 points before and just defended that one really well.
Yep, he really holds in that backhand, so when Ben comes across, they are protecting the body, and he likes to redirect it cross court. Caught Ben out of position. And here's the pattern that Jessie and Jay would really love to stay in. That cross court. I believe they called that out.
Both called it out, but Ben never really questioning line calls. He questioned that one a little bit.
Yeah, it looked out from here, but definitely with a little wind. Want to question on that? There's that big signature Annalie backhand. That definitely doesn't lack for power, huh, Scott?
No, you can hear it. It has a different sound quality to it.
Oh yeah, Jessie Irvine has a pretty big two-hander herself, but Annalie can crack it with the best of them. And it is quite blustery today, not nearly as windy as yesterday, but it's going to definitely play a factor in this match. A best of 5, there's going to be a side switch after every game, and then if they were to go to a 5th game, they'd switch at 6. So it does play a big factor when you actually win the toss. So at the beginning of the match, you get to choose your side. When it's this windy, you definitely want to choose the bad side first. That way, if it does go to a 5th game, then that second half, the all-important points, you're going to be on the good side. So I'm kind of curious which side is the better side today, because with the wind not blowing quite as much, it really depends. You see a side switch here. Very rare that you'll see my brother on that side of the court.
Wow, what a point.
Annalie looked a little lost there for a second. Oh, do I need to switch?
She got over there perfectly fine, but yeah, it looked like she was hesitant at first. It looks like both of the women are looking to get behind the guys here, knowing that they're going to push hard to their right.
And there's the wind making for start, but that's sort of the nature of it when there's a lot of wind. We're playing with a weightless plastic ball, so the wind affects it quite a bit. Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. Zone.
Bringing the onslaught at Jay.
And there's a quick timeout from Duvillier and Irvine at 8-2. We're going to take a commercial break. This is Scott Golden and Colin Johns bringing you the live action on Championship Court.
Hey Ben, I got your new paddle.
It's pretty awesome.
Could you sign it?
I already signed that one.
That's not your signature.
That is indeed my signature.
But I did not see you sign it myself personally.
Okay.
Wow.
Welcome back, everybody at home watching. Great crowd on hand. Ben Johns serving here at 8-2.
Another drive, nice and low at Jay to set up the finish. And this is just the start that Ben and Annalie wanted.
Yeah, she's really moving forward, attacking. Annalie looking to get that triple crown here at the Riverland Open. She fell just short in women's doubles, I believe, at Minnesota.
Yes, in the last event. She almost got it. She lost in 5 with her mom, and she won the other 2 events. So she was as close as it gets, and she's going for another triple crown today. So if she can convert this first one, I believe she plays singles at the end, and then she's got the women's doubles in the middle. So if she can convert all 3, that would be quite the achievement. I believe that would be her first triple crown ever.
15 years old, making history in pickleball as we watch. Let's take a
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Booth with Colin Johns. The Johns brothers, always a big name in pickleball. Colin, your brother, going for game 2 right now. They've got a best of 5, so they have to at least win 3 of the 5.
Yep, and it'll be interesting to see the adjustments you have to make when you switch sides when it is windy like this. They had a lot of success driving from this side, but now Jessie and Jay obviously on that side. We'll see if they utilize the drive as much as Annalie and Ben did when they were over there.
Johns and Waters looking exceptionally sharp this morning. There was a calm, relaxed demeanor between all four of the players as they warmed up, kind of a different way of getting loose. They kind of played a kitchen game, guys versus girls, and had some fun playing to the crowd. It's good to see that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure. And some other sports, it can be very competitive all the time. So in pickleball, it's kind of nice that all the pros, for the most part, get along really well. And they were just doing some lighthearted fun points, guys versus girls, right before. I think the crowd might have enjoyed that as much as the first game here.
I think Jay was hoping he had about 3 more feet to execute that tweener. He kind of had to hit the brakes, but great lob there from AL.
Yep, so great defense from that side, forcing them to hit a couple extra balls. Wow, what a cover.
That's just incredible. Not only did he cover it, but he went back across the court to Irvine's feet. Unbelievable.
Yep, and he's actually cupping around the side of that ball, so he's creating a little bit of side spin to get that ball all the way across court. Very hard to do on the stretch. Jay hit a very good shot, and that's just too good for Ben.
1-3-1. Point.
And definitely some missed returns from that far side. Jessie had a couple, Ben just had one there. Definitely it's the tougher side to return from.
Serve.
Irvine backed off that line, trying to give herself an extra step.
2. Side out.
Some nice pop on that drive, but that's the problem with driving cross court. If you're driving at someone as good as Ben and you don't hit it quite low enough, they can roast your partner down the line pretty good, and that's what he did to Jay there. I mean, just a little too much elevation on the drive, and it's very easy to go at the partner who's vulnerable in the midcourt.
Point.
And you can see Jessie and Jay switching up the sides, trying to find something that works a little bit better, but still looking pretty comfortable on the far side there from Ben and Leigh.
Serve. 4-2-2.
That's a pretty ATP there by Jessie. Curled up ball from outside back to in. That's as nice an ATP as you'll ever see.
Yeah, and Ben's as good as anybody defending the ATP. I think he thought she didn't have the angle there, and she ended up making a phenomenal shot.
Yeah, it's actually those ones where they barely have it, and they have to hit it from so low that it's the hardest to defend, because then it's barely off the ground.
2-4-2.
Ben getting a paddle on that one. It looked like it was curling in, but forced to defend that next one, and another great ATP there by Jessie.
Yeah, I guess after you hit the first one, you have to defend the second one if it's close.
Really good hands there from Jay, but not twice. And the key really to defending an ATP is keeping your feet in bounds so that you're not really tempted to hit the outballs, and then sort of act like a hockey goalie. Get your stick, or in this case paddle, down close to the ground, because you know it's going to be barely off the ground when it gets to you. So that's your best chance of defending an ATP. Definitely one of the harder shots in the game.
been looking to hit that middle. It was there. They split the Red Sea right there, and that ball just hit long by Johns. He won't miss too many of those.
No, some tenacious defense gets the point there for Jessie and Jay, but that's somewhere they definitely don't want to live back there. That's a nice cover there by Leigh. Very easy to get tied up on a shot like that. She gives herself enough space to hit the forehand and then follows up nicely.
5-3-2.
And she clips the net, tags Jay. Unlucky there.
Yeah, we heard a sorry from Leigh, but really, not that sorry. None of us are that sorry when we get those. We're just sorry we don't do it more often. Correct. And there's another timeout from de Villiers and Irvine, as they are just not able to gain the upper hand here in game 2, as it's now a 4-point advantage for the 2 seed, Johns and Waters. We're going to take a commercial break. Scott Golden, Colin Johns, back to the action after this.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Drive V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
All right, guys, we're back after that brief timeout. This is a best-of-5 series. We're into game 2.
And Scott, despite the scoreboard not really reflecting as much success as they'd like, I do feel like this game is playing better for Jessie and Jay. They're starting to find the range. It's easy to come out in the first game in a final against some favorites, not playing your best, but I feel like they're starting to play better, and I think the scoreboard's going to reflect that soon. Like, they played a good point there, and just couldn't quite finish it and slam the door, but definitely the points are playing better for them.
7-2.
You can just see how difficult it is to close a point out against Waters and Johns. They just make every team work so hard for even 1 point.
7-3-1. Serve.
And that's something that's so valuable when you're great attackers too, is you can actually play some defense. I mean, Leigh and Ben are known as some of the best attackers in the game, but they can also play defense and make it really hard for you to score. So when you can do both of those, I mean, it makes the attacking even that much better. And Jay got the ball he wanted there. He stretched out in the middle there with the backhand, just didn't get it away from Ben and right into the jaws of the forehand.
8-3-2. Points.
De Villiers visibly frustrated with missing that one. You have to do a little extra against the 2 seed, Johns and Waters. We're seeing that played out in front of us right now as the score is now 9-3. They're down a game. down 6. What do they need to do to change this up? Is the body language just not good? Are they not finishing the points the way they should? What do they need to do to switch this up?
I think the points are playing better. They just need to do a better job, more disciplined job of finishing the point. So some of these, they're higher balls, and they're definitely in charge of the point, but they're not quite slamming the door. So be a little bit more disciplined, maybe give yourself a little bit more margin for error, but really stick it. So I wouldn't say that they're not problem solving. I mean, they're switching sides, they're trying some different things. Maybe drive a few more balls. You clearly need to stick it to them a little bit more than what you're doing right now, because they just look too comfortable. And with Ben and Anna Leigh, if they're comfortable and you're not putting enough pressure to where they have to slow it down, you're going to be in big trouble. I mean, it's probably the two best attackers. I mean, the best guy attacker and the best women's attacker and Anna Leigh. And if they're comfortable, it just makes it so difficult. I mean, they can really open up their shoulders and go for so many shots. So I would say you got to stick it to them a little bit more, and especially when you're up on the point, you need to be a little bit more disciplined.
Absolutely, and I'm going to take this moment to also give a shout out to our referees. Lead referee Derek Prince, second ref Don Morgan, our tracking ref is Ron Ponder, and video referee is Carolyn Duncanson. Well,
they need some more of those. That never hurts. And good fortune goes your way.
3-9-1.
And you can hear Ben saying coming, meaning the drive's coming. He knew he floated that return, and Jay wisely deciding to drive and close after at Anna Leigh. And they are electing to drive a few more balls, it looks like now, and Jay gets tagged.
Irvin's reset just a little high, and Jay was moving in, looking for that close again.
Yep. When you move in that much, it's high risk, high reward. Very nice drop there by Jessie, and the lob is just not going to get it down there.
You know, Ben almost contorted his body a little bit and able to hit back across his body. That's a pretty fantastic shot from Johns.
Yep, really got to snap the elbow to get that behind Jay, and more than anything, just down. Ooh, it looked like Anna Leigh had a shot at that one.
She was going for it, but Jay countering there with a nice ball over A.L. Waters' shoulder.
Yep, using his height, using his length to reach in and poke that backhand. Nice shot.
No. One.
There's a little fire from Duvillier as he's realizing he's really starting to make an impact, closing in at the non-volley zone, putting that pressure on the 2 seed.
And this is the pattern Jessie and Jay would like to play. Cross court, Jessie playing to Anna Leigh, waiting for her to speed up. You just got to watch out for that, because Ben's going to start creeping over and impose himself. If you can avoid that and keep it to Anna Leigh and force her to speed up at Jay, that's really what Jay and Jessie want. But therein lies the biggest problem when you're playing Ben and mixed, is the court starts to shrink. I mean, they tried to force it there down the sideline. The other one flipped a little bit to the middle. And he's so good when he's not hitting the ball. He's squeezing the court, making his partner feel like they only have to cover a little bit of court. And it just takes a lot of the pressure off.
The look on their face indicates good. The hand straight out, an indication it did actually land there.
Point.
And we have game point here, second game. Anna Leigh barely overhits that. Put a good swing on it.
Correction. 10-4-2.
And there we have the same shot again. Jessie trying to get it cross court to Anna Leigh and floating it just a little bit too much. Not a bad shot, but when Ben can reach in and do something with that forehand when he's confident, it's trouble. So there we have game 2 going to Annalie and Ben, up with the 2-0 advantage, and it's going to be a very uphill battle here for Jessie and Jay.
Colin Johns, Scott Golden bringing you all this Championship Sunday action. We'll be right back after this.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury, fun, and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
All right, Scott Golden, Colin Johns back for game 3. The crowd absolutely loving this, Colin. We are going to buckle up for this one. Let's see if Irvine and de Villiers can get some laser focus here in game 3 and snag one from Johns and Waters.
And Jessie and Jay definitely need to get off to a good start here and build some sort of momentum. Oh, the wind brought that down. Ben going with the third shot lob into the wind. Wasn't the greatest third shot lob, but they managed to get that last one down.
2-0-2.
That is some crazy defense. She said go to Johns, but he was over there off the court.
She's like, are you going to let me do all the work?
That's funny. The crowd absolutely loving that. She expected him to go get that last ball.
0-2-1.
The crowd enjoying that.
Second serve.
She held the fort down as long as she could.
Yeah, it's a great pickup. She ran a couple balls down.
Point.
Nice point there by Jay. Nice low drive and some good drops, good pressure.
1-2-2. Right out.
And you see Annalie moving around her forehand to hit her signature two-handed backhand to set it up with the drop there. That's her preferred stroke, and she does it extremely well.
I think it helps too that you have a partner that can cover 80 to 85% of the court anyway, so it gives her that confidence.
Yep, and it applies the kitchen line and the baseline, all parts of the court. It just takes the pressure off.
Carlos Miranda, John Valencia. Carlos Miranda, John Valencia. This is the final call. If you do not report to the tournament desk, you'll be forfeit.
Jay going out wide and almost over-anticipating where Johns was going to go with that. Misses, but the defense from Irvine early in that point turned it into some offense, but Ben Johns really countered well.
Yeah, and there we have the point of the match. I mean, Jessie did so well to get them back on the point, and I think she thought she had it. When she hit the overhead at Ben, somehow he managed to get that ball back and win the point.
We got a timeout. Jay DeVilliers and Jessie Irvine doing all that they can to try to close these points out. It seems almost impossible at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the reason why they've been winning all the tournaments. I mean, it's a new partnership, but they've had so much success, and they look like the team to beat. And you just don't have a lot of options. I mean, they tried switching sides, they tried slowing it down, speeding it up, and no matter where you go, it's just danger everywhere, and that's why no one's really been able to solve this puzzle thus far. I mean, they're the #1 team, at least so far this year. I mean, they're not ranked #1, but they're definitely the team to beat for a reason. And I just don't really see what Jessie and Jay can do besides execute better at one of the game plans they're doing. I don't think it's any sort of strategic update they need. It's more about executing and putting more pressure that way, because you can only do so much with the strategy. You just got to start to outplay them, and it's no easy task.
Right, and the margins are so small at the pro level, especially on Championship Sunday when we have such a big crowd watching television and all the hype, I guess, being played out in front of everybody. It's hard to settle those nerves and think clearly in those moments, but instinct took over there for Irvine and DeVilliers, and they still couldn't close that point out. That's got to be a little demoralizing there.
Yeah, and they're just in full flight on the other side. They're comfortable, they're laughing, attacking, playing defense. I mean, the match couldn't have gone any better so far for them, and you never know what could happen.
Zayas and Scarp.
Stranger things have happened.
Please report
Maybe
to
they
the
let up a
tournament
little
desk.
bit. Maybe they
Zayas
really
and
find
Scarp.
the range on the other side, but it's do or die now.
Jay knew that one hit his body. Honest player over there saying it hit his torso first.
Yeah, before that ball even landed, he admitted that it tagged him. Good sportsmanship there from Jay. Oh, and Baby Waters trying to cross into Ben's side.
Well,
kind of laughing about that.
And she looked to attack it, but it was just too low there.
1-6-1.
That's so good. You saw Irvine slide middle, anticipating where he was going to go, and then he just turns it outside.
Yeah, he's just such a good attacker that he has so many spots he can go, and as soon as he sees you leaning the other way, he can change it on you.
I was talking the other day after watching Leigh Waters play singles how clean she hits the ball at all times.
Yeah, it is really remarkable. I mean, for 15 years old, striking every ball as clean as she does, I mean, you can hear it. Forehand, backhand. I mean, she's got so many shots that a lot of the older players wish they had. Oh, that's just a filthy shot, taking that low backhand and putting it right on Jay's body.
And then as soon as Jay adjusts to the forehand on his right shoulder, Ben will come back to the left shoulder, right? Or the hip.
Absolutely, yep. He's got multiple spots on that. Good movement there from Jay coming out of the stack and defending that drive.
Here? Yeah. Here. Yeah. 8-1-2.
Wow, that's all I have to say about that point. What else are you going to say?
Yeah, Leigh was on their side of the court briefly, ran back, hit a two-hander. It was a great point all around. It's just Jay and Jessie can't catch a break right now.
So as Irvine and DeVilliers scratch their heads trying to figure out something that will work, we're going to take a quick break and be back after this.
Not today. Break's over. You dropped something.
That's a wicked backhand.
My name is Parenteau, and I've been playing pickleball for almost 6 years. I travel a lot to play in tournaments. I'm always on planes, and I see a lot of people when I travel. I need to make sure that I stay healthy. I need to support my immune system, so that's the reason why I use the Pure Whey C+.
All right, as we enter championship court once again, Ben Johns and Leigh Waters in the driver's seat. Colin, your brother, the most dominant player to step foot on a pickleball court in recent years. He looks so calm and relaxed out there right now, like he was born to play pro pickleball.
That's sort of Ben's personality, has been since he was very little. He's always been very laid back, and it certainly benefits him on the pickleball court. Definitely wants to win. He's competitive, but he stays calm, and I think being even-keeled like that has a lot of benefit, not just to himself, but when he's playing with a partner, when he shows that he's so calm, it makes them be more calm.
2-9-1.
I hate to say it like this, but sometimes you need those net courts to go your way and the point to be won.
Yeah, right now they need everything they can get.
3-9-1.
They're in as deep a hole as you can dig yourself into pretty much right now. You're playing the best team, down 2 games, and 9-3.
Second serve.
You may watch this and think, well, how are they letting Leigh Waters and Ben Johns just attack them so effortlessly? But they're really putting balls in awkward spots right now.
Yep, and they're finding the right ball to do it on. They're not rushing it, so you're seeing a lot of attacks, but that's a shot they feel like they can make 8, 9, 10 out of 10 times. They're not forcing it, and it may be forcing it for some players, but for these two, a lot of balls that feel like should be unattackable, they're actually very attackable for them. Making great resets there. Nice move there by Jay.
He's got to try something to get going. You need that spark.
Plays the ball down the line and looks for the urinate, uses that great reach. And they're taking a little pace off, going more with spin down to the ankles. Bearing some fruit there. Leigh picks up the high pace one so well that occasionally you want to throw her off balance with some lack of pace.
Just so crisp from Johns as that ball hangs up. And he puts it away with ease.
3-9-2.
And there they had Leigh pinned in the corner. That's what they wanted to do in that point, where Jay's coming over from the forehand side into the middle. Jessie threatening the urinate, but then Leigh eventually getting it behind Jay and getting Ben involved.
It's just relentless attack after attack. That's a helpless feeling when Ben Johns is closing in on you.
Yeah, and even though they kept a couple of those balls low, he somehow found a way to put the next ball in an awkward spot, and we are to match point.
And there it is, Jessie Irvine taking that ball out wide. Johns and Waters looking especially dominant today on championship court. Very few unforced errors, very calculated in their attacks. Both of them smart players beyond their years. Colin, did you expect this result in 3, or did you think we might have a 5-setter?
I did expect them to win in straight games, but not in the dominant fashion that they did there. I mean, I think that match went as well as they could have hoped, and just about as poorly as Jessie and Jay, from their perspective, would have anticipated. I mean, that was pretty dominant from start to finish, and it's back to the drawing board for Jay and Jessie, but definitely a great tournament for them. They've made 3 finals this year, so credit to them getting to the final, but this is definitely a team that is a cut above, at least so far, so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to come up with some different ideas on how they can execute something to really bother them.
Absolutely. Colin, as the energy in the crowd starts to ramp up, we've got next up men's pro doubles gold medal match, Matt Wright and Riley Newman versus the young guns, J.W. Jansen and Dylan Frazier. Speak on that just for a moment. They were able to upset you and Ben yesterday, the #1 seed. Now they're in the gold medal match. How difficult it is to play those young guys, 2 of them with super solid hands, really smart players on the court as well.
Yep, definitely great hands and up-and-comers. So they're going to be going for their first PPA title. I believe JW's played in 1, maybe 2 finals. I remember he made the Orlando final with AJ Kohler, where he played Matt Wright and my brother. So I believe this is his 2nd or 3rd final, and it will be Dylan's first PPA final. So we'll see if they can come out without too many nerves. Riley and Matt making the final twice already this year. More of experienced veterans, but definitely they have a lot of talent, great hands, and it should be a great match.
And you see 2 alpha males on the court like Matt Wright and Riley Newman. How do they work through that partnership so quickly? They obviously have done something right. They're in the finals here on Championship Sunday. Is that just communication off the court, talking through some of those things, positioning where they want to be and all that?
Yeah, I think they've adapted really well quite quickly, and it can be quite difficult when you've never played with a partner before, especially when they like to take a lot of the court. They're used to being the dominant player on their team. They've adjusted quite well, but whenever you put 2 extremely talented, good players together, you're going to have a tough team. But you see Riley and Matt have the luxury of playing both sides of the court, where sometimes Riley will be on the left, sometimes he'll be on the right, and vice versa with Matt. So it's nice to have that flexibility and mix and match, and clearly a lot of artillery on that side. They're both probably top 5 in the counter-punch category, so they're hard to attack. So they got a lot of great things going for them. Very, very tough team, and it'll be interesting to see the matchup today. I know they played JW and Dylan the first tournament of the year in Arizona, and I think it was very tight, maybe 2, could have been even 3 games. So they have some experience against Riley and Matt. We'll see if they learn from that, and if they can get out of the gates early, I think that's going to be a big factor in the match, because it can be very easy if it's your first final, if you're Dylan, to play a little nervous, and Matt and Riley are going to use that, so you don't want to have to battle uphill the whole time.
Awesome, guys. We're going to take a break, and there's going to be an interview with Leigh Waters and Ben Johns coming up next.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grit for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Hello everyone, I'm excited to welcome you back to center court to introduce our first champions of the day, Ben Johns and Leigh Waters. Guys, huge congratulations to you both. You just played an incredible team. They are fighters to the very end, but you're able to take care of them pretty handily. What was working so well?
Well, definitely when we play Jay and Jessie, we know it's going to be really tough, so we go out there, we try to play our game and have fun. And today, I think we were really having a lot of fun, and I think that's one reason why we weren't really thinking about like the score or anything. But it was just a lot of fun, and I'm super glad I got to play with Ben today, or the collector.
The collector, what?
Oh, I really liked her shirt. It said something about collecting, so we decided to call me the collector for the rest of the match. That's really all we talked about on breaks. You know, it wasn't about any strategy or anything like that. It was just that. So yeah, she couldn't have played better. It was a lot of fun out here, and looking forward to all the rest of the tournaments with her.
Ben, we know you're not a morning person at all. I certainly know this. Sometimes you wake up and you're not really awake, but you're out there on the court trying to play, but you really looked focused in this morning. What advice do you have for pickleball players out there who are also not morning people but have to play matches?
I think nothing wakes you up more than fun, so try to have fun out there, and I think if you're having fun, just natural excitement, adrenaline, that wakes you up more than any coffee can, so that's what I'd look for.
And Annalie, of course, the big news of the day is that you're going for the Triple Crown again. You didn't quite make it the last tournament. You missed out on the women's doubles, I believe, but you have the chance again to finish with the Triple Crown. What are you going to do to make that happen?
Well, I think me and my mom have been playing better as the year goes on, so I think yesterday was a good showing of how good we've gotten in the last couple tournaments, so I'm super excited to go out there and win the doubles, but then after the doubles, I'm going to worry about the singles, so I'm just taking it one at a time right now.
There you go. That's smart. I'm going to bring Bryce Morgan on court now to present your trophy, guys. Bryce.
Go ahead, stand here. Here's another trophy. I'll stand right in the middle of you guys.
There you go. You give them the trophy.
Yes, there you go, Annalie. Hey, congratulations, guys. Congratulations also to Jay and Jessie for a great match out here today. Obviously a match we'll probably see again. They're out there doing their homework right now, but congratulations to you guys getting the first title of the PPA Riverland Open. And thanks for putting on a great show out here. The fans are really coming and they're enjoying it and enjoying you guys. So look forward to many, many more.
All right, guys, give them a hand. Scott, back over to you. There you go.
I used to wonder, if tomorrow was my last match, have I reached my full potential? Have I made those who love me proud? Have I done enough to help others be their best? Have my accomplishments inspired others to dream bigger? I wonder no more. I can't change the past, but I can shape the future.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There we go.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
At Foot Solutions, we have highly trained, board-certified podorthists available at our retail locations to expertly fit you in a truly custom orthotic and recommend the perfect footwear from our collection of stylish international brands. We are proud to have thousands of positive reviews online, showcasing the care and attention to detail that defines our service. Come into Foot Solutions and see for yourself how visiting with one of our specialists can improve your quality of life.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
All right, welcome back to the PPA Riverland Open. This is Scott Golden. Up next is the men's pro doubles. I've got Leigh Jansen to my left. What's up, Leigh? How you doing?
Good, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing great. So we had a great mixed doubles final. It was done in 3. Very competitive points, but Johns and Waters just a little too much there. Was that what you expected?
You know, until they prove us wrong, I think that's what I'm going to expect. But I think teams will start adjusting. There's a bit of tape out there now, and maybe we can find a hole. We'll see.
Absolutely, and I just got word that this team, the teams up next, have squared off in Desert Ridge. Is that right?
Yes. So Colin just informed me that they squared off in Desert Ridge. I believe it was an early round because, you know, JW and Dylan don't have a high seed, and it was taken by the veterans, or the elders, I should say, 11-4, 12-10. So pretty competitive, and I think we're going to see a competitive match right here.
Awesome. If you guys look on the screen, you'll see one of those competitors, Matt Wright. He's 44 years of age, an attorney out of Wichita, Kansas, and he is 6'2". Next up, you've got Riley Newman, his partner, 28 years old, also 6'2", and he's out of Phoenix, Arizona, a Gamma-sponsored player, also Takea, and he is a force to be reckoned with Matt Wright next to him. And then you've got the 2 players across the net, J.W. Jansen and Dylan Frazier. I'm referring to them as the Young Guns, but you can call them whatever you want. Dylan's out of Columbia, Missouri, and actually J.W. Jansen is a Florida native here on the southeast coast.
It's a pretty South Florida crowd, too, so we'll have quite a bit of JW supporters out here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how you can't root for these young guys.
No.
Dylan Frazier, I've been around the sport 5.5 years. This kid's been playing 3 to 4 years longer than me, so I know.
No way.
Yeah, he's been playing since he was 13 years old.
Wow,
and
I
watched
didn't know
him.
that.
Yeah, I watched him win a 5.0 men's doubles gold medal match in Missouri with Dave Weinbach several years ago before he ever really started playing pro. And I thought to myself, why is Dave teaming up with this kid? He was like 14, 15 at the time. And now we see why. It's evident that he's put the work in. He's got a court at his house, so he trains and really has put that work in. He's an Onyx-sponsored player. And then, of course, JW coming on the scene, really making a big splash. And here we go.
So to me, this will be an interesting matchup. We're going to see how aggressive JW can be. And a lot of the times they wait for the other team to attack, and Riley and Matt attack very quickly, and we'll see the Young Guns usually like that. So we'll see who gets the better of the hands battles.
And there will be lots of hand battles.
Yeah,
There,
it's going to
no
be some fun
question.
stuff. Yeah, that drops.
That's one of those that honestly could go either way. I think he chose to let that one go early. He may hit the next few just to be sure.
Do you know which way the wind is going?
It's blowing into the face of Newman and Wright at the moment. It does change, although it's pretty calm today.
Comparatively.
Comparatively, because we had 25-mile-an-hour winds on Friday and Saturday. The side where the Young Guns are at seems to be the side where people are having trouble. Nice put away there. He's got a very quick release on that. He doesn't have a lot of backswing on his forehand. It's more like a punch.
No, that's what makes Riley Newman. He's got this short little pancake, and it's an awkward spot, too. Ooh, that's a good spot.
Referee appealed, could not overturn it, so they're going to play on.
Looks like the Young Guns did a little bit of their homework. It looks like they're doing some middle dinking. As we've seen in this formation, a lot of people know we're going to see the middle dink happen. Good start by them. A few loose airs.
Yeah, Newman not missing a lot of dinks typically.
Pretty good start, though.
Yeah, for sure. Newman shaking his head as they're going to try to gain some ground back after they got down 0-5.
Second serve.
JW showing why he's one of the best in the business, defending that attack from Matt Wright.
Side out. Bob 0-1.
On it, just stretched it enough. I think we're going to see that a lot. It's going to be a lot of Matt and Riley attacking, and JW and Dylan counter-attacking. First missed drive-by. Which, you know, I think is more exciting. No matter what, that's why I think Riley and Matt are a very exciting team to watch. They're pretty high-powered potency, and JW and Dylan are fun to watch too because they just thrive in the hands battles.
And both teams really doing a good job, I think, defending. But right now, the offensive attacks have been getting the best of the other team.
0-5-2.
That's a good reset.
It's a backhand slice reset into the kitchen. Pretty impressive.
5-0-1.
And if you're going to get JW, it's usually to that backhand. So Matt's probably, I think, going to wait a second to pull trigger now.
Second serve.
Good setup.
Yeah, Newman able to keep that ball close to the net, unattackable.
5-0-2. Side out.
Now that's a similar ball, but he let that one go pretty confident it was going to go out, and it did.
0-5-1.
I would say Riley Newman and his sister are some of the best out ball leavers in the game, along with Jessie.
It's a very underrated skill, I believe.
Yes.
0-5-2.
That with the two-hander.
I don't see that much. Have you seen him do that much?
No, they must really be against it.
Just switching things up here.
Nice.
There's Riley Newman coming alive after that point. He found a way to reset, get up there, and then he did his damage. He does so well with that no backswing, just quick release, quick trigger.
Yeah, I can't leave that one up there.
Well, I think we're going to see that both teams punish a ball that stays up, and they usually punish to the other person that didn't hit the ball.
Kind of a sitting duck.
No. Second serve.
A little deep.
5-1-2.
Wow, that was a great fend off because those two came after him.
And a little fist bump after that ball did make it over. He needed that one for his mental game.
See if they can make a run. I think getting up to the kitchen, they're putting a lot of pressure on them, and the wind also is a factor. So getting up to the kitchen on this side seems to be pretty difficult right now. And that's what I think Dylan does great. He fires off of fourth balls and really pressures the person in the transition zone to make a good ball. He makes them earn it to get the way up, and I think it's a really good thing he does.
He looks so relaxed doing it as well.
They both make it seem like they're just playing a rec game.
Yeah,
very stoic.
For sure.
Not in the way of their intensity, but just of their. They look like they've been here before, and they've had some great results. But at a young age, it's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean their fire burns deep within for sure. Some people show it more outwardly. Some people wear their emotions on their sleeves. These two guys, you don't know if they're winning or losing based on their expression.
Comeback by Wright. They've had a few points set up, and they've misfired on them with the wind behind them.
Point.
Might see a timeout. Both teams are hanging tough on the timeouts.
I was gonna say they're settling in here to just playing these points out. At 5-5, you would have thought they would have tried to stop that momentum.
Oh, maybe they know something we don't.
I think they just have that confidence they can get the stop. Maybe I thought they'd call a timeout as well. I think that's what Matt Wright does so well is when he gets a ball, he can put it in any spot, and it's very hard to defend his attack.
Yeah, and you saw JW was moving to close middle, and he got him in his right hip. Nothing he could really do.
Point.
Good attack there.
So after a quick 5-0 run from the young guns, the savvy veterans have now pulled within one. Do they get down, or do they just try to keep pushing point to point when they're down like that? It feels like a mindset.
Yeah, I think this is something that Matt and Ben especially both have. It almost seems like the first couple points they're feeling out their shots and they're figuring out what works, and then they find it and they stick with that pattern. That's kind of what I've noticed. His first couple attacks didn't work, and that one didn't either, but you can see right now he's going for JW's right hip and trying to jam him up. We all know JW has some of the fastest hands on tour, and if you don't jam him, you're probably going to eat it. Oh. Good setup.
So there, the counter from Dylan Frazier goes right through the middle. Is Matt Wright expected to grab that ball on the backhand?
I believe so, but I think he was just expecting Riley to hit it in close middle. So it's in women's, I would want my partner to slide over. Maybe he's used to Riley doing it. Little indecision there because we both know how much Riley moves.
Correct.
Right foot was on. Point.
That was pretty loud from Don Stanley right
on
there.
It.
You won't be confused if he's calling a foot fault on somebody.
To get a paddle on it though.
That's pretty impressive. That overhead looked about like Ben John's overhead last round.
5-7-1. Second serve.
Yeah, that's a good take.
Well, driving through the middle with JW's forehand sitting there, I don't know if you can keep it low enough maybe, but he's just teeing off on that.
Yeah, especially against the wind. And it looked like right when Riley hit that, he knew exactly where it was going. Well, that's good movement. It's amazing he got that first one back. That's the same too. I think Matt hasn't been in front of Dylan yet, and Dylan, he managed to get that, but usually he just sits so heavy backhand that I think Matt was trying to get his right shoulder, but the wind. Ooh. No net love.
You know, that's been two now that Newman has just barely squeaked over the net. A 3-point advantage for the 7 seed. I don't, as good as Riley Newman is at the firefights, I just don't know if it's a great idea against JW Johnson right now.
I think JW started that one, which he should. Like, especially when he's got the wind with him. That's a good spot. And when he's playing aggressive, I mean, we both know when JW's out there playing aggressive, he's tough to stop. I think they're finding that right now. Riley is still kind of finding his range on his drop. He's missed a few short. He's missed a few deep to the kids to put away, and his drive's not really doing much. Yeah.
What makes that so tough, in your opinion? Because he's attacking from below the net. How come Riley Newman's not able to get those back?
I think it's just the angle that he's going at. She's taking it in towards his belly button. And for girls, we like that because we slide. But for guys, they take the heat. And JW is just handling it, giving it to him right now. Ooh, that's a good ball.
Very nice shot there from Wright, as they are still trying to find their footing here in game 1. The good news is it's a best of 5, so one team has to win 3 games before we have a champion crowned.
Game 1 always seems rather irrelevant. Ooh.
I agree with you, because even in the matches last night, late, the first game was an 11-0 blowout in the women's doubles, and then they turned around and won the next 2, so you never know.
Use it. Use
Yeah.
it. There we go. They're firing up. So now they've made a formation change.
Well, I actually like seeing Newman on the right.
Me too.
So
I think Riley, I mean, he's so offensive, and he's such a good player, so you would imagine in long, so you imagine him on the left, but his offensive tools are on the right. So and the more aggressive left side player has to think about attacking Riley, which right now JW's doing. But it's hard to attack Riley Newman all 5 games. That's a good spot. Looked a little bit wide.
And Don Stanley saying he could not overrule from his angle.
No, you got 7, that's not. Yes, sir.
It's a good catch.
That is a good catch. They were out of position last night in their match and didn't catch it. And it was funny because after that, Wright kept asking, are we in the correct position, after they got called for that. So it's pretty funny. And then in the interview, he admitted, like, you know what, we should probably do a better job keeping track. But he said, after we get called for that, I just go ahead and just ask every time.
Yeah. It's tough with these formation changes. And Matt is usually used to being the left side player, not the correct server. So it can get confusing with our scores. We're supposed to be better. Oh, man.
Newman just
ducked.
ducking under that ball. I'm not even sure he knew exactly where that ball was headed. He just ducked. For sure that would have hit him in the right shoulder had he not ducked.
Yes. Good matrix move. Nice. Little high, and Riley takes advantage of that one.
Yeah, hitting on that downward angle is definitely what they have to do.
7-on-1.
A close one coming down the stretch in game 1.
That's good. So Dylan, to me, is one of the most offensive right side players, and he's always looking to flip that forehand. Short take back. It's very clean stroke, as you can see. And it's good because JW is always looking to clean up, so that's why they're a good pairing. Think that was going wide?
I think it would have sailed wide.
With the wind.
But I guess J.W. Johnson was already committed to hitting that. Definitely with the wind, it probably would have pushed out. I love how Wright circles around that backhand. He can be offensive off of that shot. There's a good attack, right into the left hip pocket. Now, you mentioned earlier he was going to the right hip, and now he's moved it over to the left. That's part of the equation, right?
Yeah, I mean, JW is always like you're always thinking about where you need to attack him. And if you notice, JW was adjusting. So then Matt's such a smart player, and he's such a veteran. And offense.
Come on, let's go. No, you see that, Don? Yeah, he called this out.
Call that out. Point.
Okay.
Call that shot out. I didn't see enough to overrule. Phil? Point.
Okay, so let's clear up that confusion. The ball before the around the post was called out by Newman, and there was a little stir of commotion because the ATP was called out as well.
Yes. I think both were a little out.
Correct. There's Matt circling that dink again.
Yeah, that's why he can't go middle.
So he's attacking to that forehand and a little high as well, and that starts the domino effect.
I think that ball hung up a little bit in the wind. What's interesting is we have a 9-10 game and we haven't seen one timeout.
I know, that is odd. Nobody, I know JW doesn't really take a lot of timeouts. I know that, but Dylan, I guess, just goes with the flow as well.
I'm thinking so, and you know, they're young. Yeah.
So there, once that ball bounces and starts to make its way back over the net, it is legal to cross over the plane to hit that ball. After it starts coming, after it comes across, you can come over to get that.
Oh!
That's the momentum that the savvy veterans needed right there to try to get a spark late here in game one.
That was a good play on both sides. Unlucky on the net and good movement by Wright there. It's a clutch play at 10-10. Riley's. Yeah.
Newman and Wright trailing most of this game have now tied it up 10-10-2. Let's see if they can take the lead on this next point.
10-10-2.
Nice eye. He knows when he attacks, I guess, on that forehand that if it comes up over his shoulder, it's likely going out.
I would assume he's got some kind of method with how tall he is because he's just so accurate a lot of the time. And it looks like the Young Guns are really targeting Newman on his drops.
It's true. He's had a couple unforced errors on those third shot drops. We'll keep an eye on that.
Oh, good move.
And look how he split right between Matt Wright's right hip and Riley Newman's paddle.
11-11-1.
It's a good shake and bake.
Good recovery because he was going for an Ernie that really wasn't there.
Yeah, see, sometimes he can get a little bit ambitious. That ball stayed a little bit low, but Dylan's always looking for it. That's his bread and butter.
Yeah, I think the dink was a little lower than what he wanted.
Oh, the wind.
That's a big moment to miss a serve as they had control at 11-11. Now giving it back to the veterans, Newman and Wright. There's a big backhand dink missed.
No timeout still.
Still not a timeout. Leigh, that is surprising at 12-11.
Second serve.
A little ambitious there?
A little bit. He's trying to catch him in the switch. Isn't a bad idea.
Just got to execute.
Yeah, just our ideas are always good. Not always, but most of the time they're good.
Oh! All right, so we had a third shot two-handed rip from Newman that sailed long, and then Wright's forehand clipping the net cord.
Now we have our first one.
But it came from Newman and Wright, not from JW
okay.
and Dylan. Guys, we're going to take a break. This is Leigh, Jansen, and Scott Golden bringing you all of this match here on Championship Court. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Drive V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
All right, guys, as we get back to the action here after that quick timeout, JW Johnson, Dylan Frazier leading most of the game, but now we have a situation where it's tight down the stretch. Both teams are going to look to close this game out.
Oh, good hands.
This is not what Frazier and Johnson want, is Matt Wright and Riley Newman feeling that momentum, feeling that energy. They play their best pickleball when they're at that moment.
Oh, what a get.
Well, that's the risk that Newman takes. He could have maybe stayed in that pocket and tried to hit it, but instead he's taking the percentages of those balls going out. That one did not. Big point there.
Yeah, set out.
It's a nice job from Newman. Again,
You know, they're going to pull trigger. They're going to keep doing what gets them here.
well, and they believe in their hands at the net, so
Yes.
clearly he's not afraid to speed it up first and initiate that attack.
Yeah, JW and Dylan obviously have some of the best set of hands on tour as well, but Matt and Riley are very good as well. I really think a little fire from Matt.
Well, that's what he does best.
That is when Matt is playing best. We all have to do what we need to do to play well, and that's what Matt's got to do.
Little confusion there on that drop, but they got it worked out.
Oh, Ernie to finish, walk off.
Wow.
Good first game though. If we get all 5 of those, I would like it.
Well, I don't see any reason that they aren't going to all be close. These 4 competitors are fierce in nature. That is not surprising to me that they got game 1, but they trailed pretty much that whole time, but figured it out right at the end. That's what clutch players do, and these savvy veterans are never going to be out of any game. In my mind, that's why they're the best in the business.
For sure.
All right, guys, we're going to take a commercial break. 14-12 final, the #1 seed taking that one in dramatic fashion. Leigh Jansen and Scott Golden coming back after this. All right, guys, as the crowd is cheering, smiles on their faces, of course, jackets around them. They are ready to go here for game number 2.
Game 2, time in 0-0-2.
So right out of the gate, Leigh, the momentum has carried over as Wright and Newman look way more relaxed than they did early in game 1.
0-0-1.
They have to have a lot of confidence. You know, when you're coming back from 5-0 and kind of trailing in the big parts, and you dial it in and play some good points in the clutch, they're going into this game with some confidence. Whereas JW and Dylan are kind of thinking one got away.
And you have to wonder, is that going to play any factor going forward, knowing in the back of their mind that they had game 1 locked up in their mind and then couldn't close it.
Oh, that's a good combo. Riley's not getting out of the way of these now. He's standing in and taking them.
Well, I think he's a scary guy at 6'2", coming at you like that with such fluidity.
Yours.
Yeah, a few loose airs. Some good points, but then a few loose, just missed dink airs. So if I don't see something coming up soon and they're still putting points on, I might want one timeout.
It's really good from Wright. He got a lot of depth on that around the post. If you noticed, guys watching, the key to that was he lets it go out wide so he could get that good angle. Nice third shot lob. Oh, it just missed.
Just misses.
We've been seeing a little bit of that from Yates, Wright. Simone Jardim does it. I don't know of anybody else offhand that does that, but we've been seeing it a little bit more.
So you'll notice, I think, in the women's match, if the Waters have been lobbing a little bit more in women's, and Ben Johns is lobbing as well. So it's a play. You know, it's an unexpected play. Especially the third shot. No one saw that one coming. That's good hands.
Well, this is going back to early in game 1 when Jansen and Frazier were taking control of those points at the net. That looked more reminiscent of what we saw. But there'll be a counter from Wright and Newman, no doubt.
Second serve. One, 4-2. Point.
All right, cut the lead in half.
2-4-2.
That's a good spot.
That is a good spot, and that's that slice that we saw earlier.
Against the wind, it's tough.
Yeah, the wind blowing into the face of Jansen and Frazier at the moment.
And it's also just a good spot because JW can really hurt you on his forehand counter. Like, he could, there you go.
Right
he can
on
put a
cue.
hole through. He can put a hole through you. But when you go back behind him, since he's covering so much of that middle, he can hit a great reset at best. So it's a little bit of a safer spot. Yeah.
And don't think that Wright and Newman don't know that forehand is deadly right there, as we've seen it now twice.
2-4-1.
Okay. Frazier's got one too.
You know what? That's why they're such a deadly combo, because both of them are young, athletic, smart, and have quick hands up at the net.
Yeah, they both, that's a good shake and bake.
Well, that was on a tight margin too, because Dylan was actually closing in on that
Yeah.
backhand, and then Jansen just squeezed in there.
4-4-1.
And just like that, down 4-0, and now tied it up. Another good exchange going in the way of Wright and Newman, as they seem to be finding their footing now here in game 2.
Yes. They're getting a little more comfortable. And I just think the side switch is a little bit different. Dylan was floating. There's that forehand. Oh, good setup. Dylan was floating, I think, a little more because he wasn't used to the wind. Now he's found his range.
4-4-1.
That's so good.
Fend off.
Yeah, and you know, Newman doing a good job fighting off that attack from Jansen, but ultimately if that ball pops up, it's probably going to get put away at some point.
4-4-2. Shut out. Four, 4-1.
Nice job by Wright on that counter cross-court attack from Dylan Frazier, getting to the backhand of Jansen there. Well done.
This is why I think these two teams are fun to watch. There's just been, I mean, pretty much every point is having an attack.
Yeah, very few points ending in unforced errors. You mentioned that third shot drop from Newman is where they're kind of headed with the returns. We'll see if that continues to be a trend. This is the back and forth. It's like,
yeah.
I'll take one, you take one. We're going to pass these exchanges around for everybody to win one.
Point.
2 in a row from Newman there. Uncharacteristic for him to make.
That he had set up.
5-4-1.
Sometimes Sometimes 3 errors in a row can really mess a player up, but Newman bouncing right back, getting that 4th one.
5-4-2.
Well deep.
All right. A little gift from the Young Guns.
Nice breath of fresh air. So the Young Guns have put on about 5 in a row. They've been stuck at 4 for a few minutes now, which in pickleball is like dog years, so.
It's quite a while.
Yeah, I actually probably would have called for a formation change.
Or a timeout.
Yes, maybe. I'm big on those as well. I do notice that certain players, they trust the flow of the game. And for me, I'm more of an emotional player, so I have to have my timeouts. I have to have like a reset time. So these two teams probably just kind of trust the flow of the game and the way things are going.
And it's definitely been going back and forth as we've had several lead changes in game 1 and also in game 2. The roles reversed early in game 1. The Young Guns were up 5-0. Early in game 2, the Savvy Veterans up 4-1. And it's been back and forth.
Oh, collide.
A little collision, but they worked it out. And that one just missing, not by a lot. I actually, from my viewpoint, which is only 85 feet away, Leigh, thought that it might have hit the line, but I have no concept of how deep it is.
So now we see the change.
Smart. I don't even know when they talked about that.
Maybe.
Not during a timeout.
Riley Newman down into that pancake. That was a great point. Lots of blocking, and lots of people got themselves out of trouble. So you can see right now JW signaling for the third to be gone at Newman.
Which is what you had said. Oh, it played. Wow. I thought that point was over because Matt kind of gave up.
Yeah.
And then Newman scooped in there with his backhand and kept the point alive, and they ended up winning that. Unbelievable defense there from Newman.
Oh. They needed that one.
Most definitely. Wright left that one up a little too high.
6-5-2.
So, Scott, you've been commentating pro pickleball for quite a while. Have you ever seen two players with, I mean, I would say Matt and Riley are both two very alpha players. Have you ever seen two of these guys pair up together?
I think the only other combo we saw was last year when Ben Johns and Matt Wright teamed up, and they had some real struggles early in their partnership, not coming out very well in some of those early tournaments, but they figured it out. I think the difference between Ben and Matt playing together and Newman and Wright playing together is that Newman's more, I would say, versatile on playing both sides.
Yes.
He can do either, and he's comfortable really on that right side as well as the left. So not that Ben couldn't play the right, but during the mixed doubles, they had a switch, and Annalie kind of came over to the left, and Ben got on the right, and Colin even made a point to say, like, Ben's not over there very much.
Doesn't know what he's doing over there. Yeah, Ben is a very one-sided player. So one thing that's kind of interesting about this matchup now is Newman's seeing a lot of backhands. Like, we're seeing Newman attack. And that is, I don't want to, that was pretty good. A two-handed ATP and a big come on after the close. But that is Newman's best attack spot, is off the bounce two-hander, and JW and Dylan are kind of giving him a few of those right now, and he's being pretty successful.
There's an unforced error, and that can sometimes
create
a timeout opportunity.
The first one.
On point. We didn't know if it was going to happen. I guess it's the second one, but the first one from the Young Guns.
Yes, yes.
All right, guys, we're going to take that opportunity to take a commercial break. We'll be right back after this.
It's fun to feel good like you should. It's fun to feel good like you should. 'Cause life is way too short to feel a little crappy. It's way more fun to feel healthy and happy. It's fun to feel good like you should. It's fun to feel good like you should. Oh, so if you wanna feel your best, put tricks on products to the test.
All right, last order of business. Someone's been taking way too many samples of the electrolyte fruit punch, and it needs to stop now.
What?
Guys, as that Jigsaw Health commercial wraps up, I'm going to take this quick opportunity to thank our referees. Without these guys, we would not be where we are. Let's talk about lead referee Don Stanley, always does a great job. Michelle Bumgardner, the second referee, helping with foot faults. The tracking referee is Mike Bumgardner, and the video referee is Sandra Cloutier. Nice timeout there. Sometimes you need that reset just to kind of get back on track.
For sure. I mean, we have them for a reason. It's just so tough. I mean, as you know, when you play, it's just so tough to to do it.
Especially when you're in the moment.
Especially when you're young, too. Oh, he's on it.
Matt really feeling it. You can tell when he's leaning in like that and he's really starting to attack. It's a dangerous spot to be in for the opponents.
Yeah, and they've kind of rattled quite a few off since 4-5 since making that formation change. And another. Yeah.
Again, there's the attack. He circles around that backhand and really torques that forehand into the body of Frazier for game point. And number 2 game going to the number 1 seed, Matt Wright and Riley Newman. What did Jansen and Frazier have to do? They're down 2 games now. They had game 1 in the grass and couldn't close the deal. Mentally, does that really play with these guys coming into the 3rd game knowing their backs against the wall?
I mean, just some people, we can't ignore that. Being down to 2-0 hole, I think is a little bit defeating. But these guys, they're not going to show it, and they'll probably come out. I don't know if they talk a bunch during their timeouts, but if they have some people there, I think they're pretty successful when they're going to Riley's forehand and JW's initiating first. Right now, Newman and Wright are in full-blown offensive mode, and in pickleball it's a little different than basketball, and the other ones, good offense will always be good defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, and one of the strengths for Jansen and Frazier is their counter punching, but when Matt Wright and Riley Newman are leaning in and really attacking in awkward spots, it just makes that defense a lot harder to keep the ball low, and that's why we've seen a lot of finishes from Wright and Newman in game 2. They took that one a little easier than the 14-12 game.
What makes these two so tough is you're not going to see the same spot. They're always adjusting, and then the fact that they're both looking for it, they can do what I call a team combo. Matt can initiate in a weird spot, and Riley can slide over and clean up, because that's what he wants as well. If you don't have a partner who's as ready for it, it's a little tough. So that's why in this alpha partnership, that is the good thing about it. When they're both offensively firing on all cylinders, boy, that's tough.
And we're going to see the uphill battle as Jansen and Frazier, down 2 games, look to at least take one here and force a game 4. So early, the young guns look to have the advantage in the hands battles, but not anymore. I think that tide has turned, and now Wright and Newman getting the best of these exchanges.
Yeah, especially in the game to 5, it's all about adjustments. I played some game to 5s and won because of some adjustments, and I played some games to 5 and walked off and realized I made no adjustments. And it seems like, you know, Matt and Riley are really showing their knowledge and the fact that they've been here a lot before. JW's on that one.
Well, and Matt sped that up from well below the net, cross court into the forehand death trap of Jansen. I mean, what are you going to expect there?
It's a little ambitious. He might be feeling it.
A quick apology from Wright to Newman, as he knew. So a smile back on Frazier and Jansen as they are starting to kind of regain composure here, knowing that they have to win this when their back's against the wall. They look relatively calm. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What in the world did we just watch from Matt Wright?
Wow.
Off his back foot, fading away at the baseline, rolls a top spin forehand. Not a clean winner, but definitely the next ball didn't stay in play.
In his previous life, he was a very, very good tennis player. I just think we saw a little glimpse of that.
You know, Riley Newman's backhand third is always seems to be his best shot when he's driving. And right now it's a little off. He's high. And those guys not even having to decide if that's going to be in or not.
That's a good spot. That's good, though. I think they're starting to set a little more of an offensive tone. I would like to see JW take a few of these middle dinks and just go for it. If he gets one. Wow.
So far, the initiation attacks in Game 3 have been from Wright and Newman first, and they've been winning those. So I would think that they would look to continue that trend.
For sure, and I think they're pretty. Oh, I mean, they really picked it up. I feel like at the end of Game 1 with just, I mean, Riley in Game 2 was 1-2 go. See on that one, I would just want to see JW. He has such good hands.
You want to see him initiate that first attack.
Yeah, just it doesn't even have to be great. Just initiating. Let them counterpunch on you.
Because right now, when they're holding steady, being disciplined, they're not winning the counter attacks right now. Because Newman and Wright doing a really good job putting that ball in awkward spots.
Yeah, as Michelle Esquivel likes to say, strike first, strike fast.
You know, there's two philosophies. I tend to think the game is leaning itself towards that type of mindset.
To me, the game is leaning itself towards being able to switch your speed ups all around and being how well you can fend off attacks. That's what we're seeing the best players be able to do. Go.
Now, what can't happen there is Matt Wright bringing that ball back cross court into the forehand of Jansen, because that's what happens every single time it looks like. And he knows that. It's not like he's trying to go to that spot. It's just
he's
happening
just a little
quick.
late on that re-counter.
But I guess credit to Frazier for getting, I guess, the ball quicker back to Wright than he wants.
2-2-1.
Michael Rubano.
There we go.
Fabio
Initiation right there.
Well, and I think we need to see more of that.
Yes,
correct? I mean,
exactly.
They've got to be more assertive during the middle of these points, looking for those small margins to attack. That's one that you were talking about, and he can hit that shot, that dink in the middle.
For sure. I think, oh, Matt knows he played it so far out. I think he...
But some of that, like you were just talking about him playing that out ball on the around the post, some of that's kind of respect to the other player because oftentimes they do curl it around on the forehand and the backhand side.
Yeah.
So you have to respect that. So some of it's a split-second decision, right?
He has to make that decision right before.
And sometimes you guess right, sometimes you guess wrong.
You're a genius when you do it, and it's my comment when you don't do it right.
Right, and have you seen an evolution in the ATP defense? Because let me say this, I've been around 5 years, and when I first got around the sport, the pros were hitting around the post with no resistance. Almost like the receiving team of it didn't even try. They just gave it up to the percentages. All right, they went out wide. If they go around the post for a winner, great. If they miss it, we get the point. Now we're seeing that these pros, like yourself and others, Newman out here is one of the best I've seen at it, getting the angles, stepping back, trying to defend that and keeping points alive and almost winning some of those.
Yeah, Riley, I think, somehow has the dimensions figured out on this court because he almost seems to know when a ball's in a certain spot, it's going somewhere. He's one of the best defenders of it. And right now, you really have to. People are being so aggressive with their dinks. You have to be able to hit an ATP, and you got to be able to defend an ATP. It's fun seeing the progression of the game, isn't it?
It's a beautiful thing. We used to just count ATPs as winners every time, and now it's not good enough to just hit an ATP. You have to be creative with it.
Yeah.
And the defense is just getting stronger. Playing Frazier an awful lot right now. That one out. I like the idea from Wright. Do you like when he sometimes just throws in a lob off the dink?
For sure. I think it's a really good idea. Had it been in, looks like the wind picked up a little bit on that one.
Yeah, the windsock over there, you can see it's blowing straight line into Newman and Wright. Wright kind of taking a look around. He knows the wind affected his return there.
Second turn. Seven, 2-2. Side out. 2-7-1. Everything good? Yes, sir.
I feel like Jansen and Frazier in Game 3 have done a much better job, as we spoke about, being assertive and putting the pressure on Newman and Wright to make perfect shots right now.
For sure. And especially when you're down 2 games to love at this point, you really, it's not like you have nothing to lose. You still think you can win, but I've been down 2 games to love before, and that's when I definitely reached the mode of, well, it's time to go for it, do or die. And it can work sometimes, and it can't.
Absolutely. And also, we can see momentum in pickleball is big. It changes quickly. And a couple unforced errors from a team. They close the gap. All of a sudden, this is a ball game down the stretch. So we got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's what Newman's known for.
I mean, even the angle of the ball, it was kind of going away.
And he gets his left leg on the outside of it. I think that's why he hits it so good. It's really impressive. So now, it's 7-5. Yeah.
Well, that was an intentional speed up right there, and then he slid to his left to close that ball down the middle. I think that's a smart strategy, that 1-2 punch.
7-5-1.
That's a great job right there. Wright sliding around the non-volley zone and then hitting an awkward forehand up into the body of Frazier.
Drops in.
It's a good spot.
Good slice.
Yeah, right at his feet. Very uncomfortable to try to return that dink right at your feet there and keep it low, unattackable back. Let's take a look at that replay as Newman slides to the middle tee, clipping the net and keeping it just in.
So
can they? I think they can actually appeal.
They did appeal, and the refs are saying it was in. It seemed like JW and Dylan didn't see it, and it looked like they asked, and Don Stanley ruled in. That's a tough spot because it's 2 Riley's pancake. Riley's sitting on that one. So now, but that was one of the first attacks I would say that they've taken in this game that didn't work. So keep going with what works. It's a knifey dink by JW. You see Matt's just standing in and taking those middle balls so he can reach in.
So going back to that shot from Newman, they can actually do video replay and challenge it through that. And they chose not to, but I think I would have taken a chance on that one.
I would have as well. It's a good off-pace speed up by Dylan, jamming Newman up.
7-8-2. Yes, sir.
But we got a ball game, another tight game again. Here's the lob. What a pickup.
Nice job from Frazier as he actually slid in there with that backhand. I thought for sure Jansen was going to hit a forehand.
8-7-1.
But that's what Jansen does so well. See, he closed off of Frazier's drive. He's closing middle and just putting pressure on over and over. I wanted to go back real quick to that video replay challenge. If they choose to do that and the ball is deemed as good and they lose that challenge, they also lose a timeout. So I don't know how many people are aware of that, but I don't even know if Dylan Frazier and JW Jansen realized they could do video replay. I have no idea.
They usually we're let know before we go out by the refs. Usually, in my experience, before my matches, they let us know.
So maybe they just chose not to.
Maybe they just chose that the refs saw it right.
At 9-7-2, they're looking to just get this game, not have to worry about the video replay. It's a nice speed up. Right. One of the best I've seen at taking that ball and rolling right up into your body, almost like a flick, but it's well below the net when he does it.
He's very talented with his forehand. There's literally not much that Matt can't do on his forehand.
And there he showcases his backhand.
And they're both firing up. That's what you love to see. Look, When they're both going at each other, they're feeling it.
8-9-1.
8-9-1. We've got a close game here.
See, that's what Dylan does so well.
Well, and that's Matt Wright's backhand going into the middle where J.W. Johnson's sitting with his forehand. We've seen that time and time again where J.W. just tees off on that forehand ball.
Yeah, that partner combo is a very good setup for them. Jamming the person up, so they got to go back to J.W., and J.W. cleans up. Riley tried to block out of that one, which was the smart play. But I love how J.W. and Dylan are listening to what we say as we we're going to take credit for it. No, I'm just kidding. But it's good. They obviously notice that they're losing the points when they're just staying back and being passive. Nice.
And there he was more assertive, not winning that one, but they have been having success, so they're going to come back to it.
And I think that's just a spot. I think if he takes that to Riley's outside left hip, Riley sits pancake, like a lot of us like to know, so just change the spot up, and I think you'll be able to get there. And he's on it. He's on it.
You mentioned this earlier in the broadcast in game one, that Newman is one of the best at letting out balls go out. That's a very underrated skill set, as we saw him let that one go. JW with a nice little flick cross court at the feet of Newman.
Yeah, they're doing a good job pressuring them and punishing their slightly high thirds and keeping them back. They're making them earn their way in. A few of those things were a little wobbly. Dylan finally decides to punish. Matt's a little late on it. Back and forth here.
This is going to be a good finish.
Oh, Newman got himself out of trouble there.
He really did, and Frazier didn't slide. He just kind of stayed in that spot he was at, and it nicked off the end of his paddle. They have a second shot at it. Get to game point. Interesting, because Wright was trying to tell Newman no, but he's got that no backswing pancake shot you talked about, and by the time Wright's saying something, it's too late.
Yep. Okay, game point. Let's see if they can capitalize. Oh, man, set it up.
I mean, it's there. Those are the millimeters difference in a game being won and lost. The young guns, Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson, crawl at least halfway out of the hole they were in, down 2-0. Really brought it back now where they have an opportunity and feel that they have the opportunity to maybe see 5 games. We're going to see game 4 coming up after this commercial break. Leigh, Jansen, Scott Golden here in the booth on Championship Sunday at the PPA Riverland Open.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving.
Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
Or you're sitting courtside. You are Matt Wright's partner. This is Lucie Kovalova, for those of you out there who don't know her, which is only a few people. But Lucie, talk about what it's like to watch your partner play on court. Is it frustrating? Is it nerve-wracking? What are your emotions?
I'm very nervous when I'm watching matches, that's for sure. I know Matt especially, but even though I'm watching like my friends or like 3-5 players or whoever, I know people on the court, I get very nervous for them. So yes, this is game 4. Matt won the first 2. And then Dylan and JW won the last game. So yes, this is supposedly they are on the good side right now. So I'm hoping they can close right here.
Well, what would you tell Matt, or are you telling Matt when he comes to the sidelines between games? Are you coaching? Are you talking about what's going on in the match?
I'm trying to stay more away because they know what they're doing and they have the strategy. You know, it's working so well for them. So if I see something very obvious, then I would definitely tell them what to do. But I think they're professionals and they know what to do, so I'm just like listening what they're talking to each other, so maybe I can apply it later.
All right, and then a lot of people out there, of course, play mixed doubles with their partners, and you know, it can be bad, it can be good. It's definitely the emotions you can let out on your partner that you wouldn't with a partner on court who's not, you know, also dating you. I certainly do not like to play with my partners. Talk about what it's like to be out there. Do you fight? What's it like?
Well, it helps when we are winning, that's for sure. You know, and when we are winning, it's a great day. It's perfect. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, it's just pickleball. So whatever happens on the court, you should stay on the court. You know, win, great, lose. It's just life goes on, and just trying to enjoy every moment and until it lasts.
I have to ask, do you avoid each other after you lose? What do you do to go sort of calm your mind?
So I am very hard to get along with when I lose. I don't handle losing well at all. So usually I disappear for like 20-30 minutes and I'm out. Like, I need time to relax and try to calm down, but I think I'm getting better at that. So now, especially when you lose, you still have a back draw, so you have to regroup very quickly because you still want to compete and you still want to finish third. So actually I'm very proud how we handle this tournament, especially because we lost in the quarters and then we ended up winning bronze. So I think we ended up playing very well, and hopefully we get our mojo back so we can compete well next couple tournaments.
Absolutely. We can't wait to watch you guys compete throughout the rest of this year. Lucie, thanks for spending some time with me. We're about to go back to the court. I think these guys are almost ready to resume play. Scott.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for that interview with Lucie Kovalova. Hannah John's always doing a great job. I'm getting word from the truck, Leah, that there is a medical timeout from Dylan Frazier for his back. And I wasn't aware of anything that we were seeing physically.
On singles day, I did know he pulled out of the back draw because of his back. And he was getting some treatment on it on Thursday.
Yes, I have seen him on the table over there. We're fortunate enough for the pros to be able to get access to physical trainers, physical elements that you have. You can get some stuff taken care of. I'm not sure how extensive this back injury actually is, but we'll keep an eye on that. I was coming back from the restroom and caught JW Jansen real quick. He's not much for words, but I said, hey, what's going on? And JW said, medical timeout. And I said, well, for who?
Yeah.
And he said, Frazier. And I said, for what? And he said, his back. So I got very limited information.
Okay.
But
yeah, I didn't see anything too much out there.
Yeah, so we're going to take a break. We'll keep you guys posted on that as we have up to 15 minutes for a medical timeout. We'll be back to the action. Leigh Jansen, Scott Golden, bringing you all the live coverage here on Championship Court in Port St. Lucie, Florida.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury, fun, and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grip for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
I used to wonder, if tomorrow was my last match, have I reached my full potential? Have I made those who love me proud? Have I done enough to help others be their best? Have my accomplishments inspired others to dream bigger? I wonder no more. I can't change the past, but I can shape the future.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates. You know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There we go.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
All right, everybody at home, I hope you went and got a bathroom break, got some popcorn, back to the couch on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. I'm not sure if everybody watching's in South Florida, but this turned out to be a beautiful day today. We have not had the most magnificent weather all 4 days, considering the wind was 25 miles an hour on Friday and Saturday. Pretty challenging stuff. You played in it. What's it like?
It's not, I wouldn't say it's pickleball. I would say it's swing and hope. Yesterday, especially, it was extremely difficult. I would say matches were won and lost on a coin flip, in my opinion, sadly so. And yeah, I went and watched a first round that was pretty close in score, and I walked away and being like, oh my gosh, I can't watch this. It's people who don't miss thirds were missing thirds. The people against the wind couldn't get up to the kitchen line. The people with the wind were trying just to put the ball in so they could win the point. It was rat-a-tat pickleball yesterday. It was pretty tough.
Absolutely, and I was in the booth all day long on Friday and Saturday watching these pros struggle mightily just to get a third shot over the net or a dink.
Or a serve.
Or a serve.
In our last match, you couldn't hit a serve in against the wind.
Crazy. And imagine being an amateur player trying to play in this kind of stuff. We were talking about the pro level struggling. If you're a 3-0 trying to get the ball over the net in 25-mile-an-hour winds, not just one direction, swirling around and changing direction, it's impossible. And I hope no matches were filmed off championship court.
That's what I hope as well.
Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching when I got home a match on championship court before they called it, and I was like, oh my gosh, these poor girls out here. It was brutal to watch, and not because of the players' talent, just by the conditions.
The conditions were tough, no doubt. You know, pros are pros for a reason. I think they do a significant job of making adaptations or adjustments real time when things are happening. But I do know off camera, let me say it like this, on camera, most pros in an interview would not admit to winning or losing based on the win. But off camera, I hear the grumblings about playing in the wind. It's not fun. It's not fun for anybody.
Yes.
I will say this, and let's talk about this real quick. A big upset. J.W. Jansen and Dylan Frazier took down the #1 seed, the Johns brothers. Did it in 2 games. I think it was 11-3, 11-6. You asked me off camera if I had watched that one or did the commentary for that one, and I did. And the big thing about that was Colin was playing on the right, and for whatever reason, the wind was really affecting his play, and he was not happy being in the wind, and you could see visibly he was very flustered. Yes. I mean, it was no secret. They go on to basically, I guess, withdraw from the next round in consolation, and I have to wonder if the wind was any factor in that decision. I don't know. I have no details on that.
I believe so. I think I know for me personally yesterday, I didn't want to go into my back draw. I even said it out loud. I said, listen, I don't want to go in and take an upset over this because it's very tough. And obviously I did go in and play because I agreed to do this, so I'm going to go do this. But I think for them, in my mind, it's like if the conditions are that out of control and we don't have some kind of rule set in, then it's a little tough to put yourself in that position. I think there's going to start putting in a rule ordinance as well.
Okay, so now that we've got this medical timeout and we have a few minutes to chat about this stuff, I think people genuinely want to know about this type of thing. You know, the number one team withdrawing in the consolation. There's no real damage control, I guess, to be done. They can make that decision. It's their choice.
Yes.
If it has to do with the wind, that's their prerogative. I honestly don't blame them. For the people at home watching on video, you can't tell how windy it actually is.
Yeah, I don't think. I think for them I know, and I'm just speaking for myself yesterday, I always have fun playing pickleball. I had zero fun playing pickleball yesterday. And in tennis, we had a rule ordinance, or wind ordinance, where the rule was when I was playing at Washington State, we went indoors at 20 miles per hour, and that ball is a lot heavier, and I had strings and a more powerful racket. So for the winds to be as huge as they were, and we're trying to hit this plastic ball, I do think a lot of us thought a rule should have been put in. And a tournament like this, like we're growing, so a tournament like this now can finally do that.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I think a lot of new things are coming down the pipeline for professional pickleball. When I got into the sport, Leigh, 5 years ago, the talk was pickleball players are part-time pros and they work a full-time job, and now that dynamic is changing slowly but surely. And
yes.
Tom Dundon coming in and buying the PPA out, teaming up as an alliance now. We're going to see some stuff going forward that's going to be good for the sport as a whole. APP also getting some funding and financial backing to do bigger and better things. It's only good for the professionals in our sport to see the money start to pour in. Do you agree?
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people online who have a lot of opinions, but my thing is we're watching the sport develop. We're going to see some growing pains right in front of our eyes, and we can have some critics, but I think the PPA is doing the best job to grow professional pickleball, and there's a lot of stuff that's just not really seen on the court that is being done for the players and the spectators of the sport. And like, if you're at this event, I think you would have a little bit of gratitude and kind of just see where everything's heading. And this isn't everyone, I'm just saying from some of the stuff I saw yesterday, I just thought it was a little bit unfair.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, everybody online's got an opinion for sure.
As the sport grows, more opinions will come.
Oh, we're definitely going to see a lot of opinions as the sport continues to grow. It's growing pains. But with that, let's shift gears. It looks like Dylan Frazier got his treatment on the back, and we're going to see them come back out in game number 4. Here we go. I'm going to be interested to know if they go after Dylan hardcore or if they just keep it status quo like they've been doing, going back and forth.
So did you hear any other information on really what was going on?
He, like you said, in singles he had some trouble, and he's been on the gurney over there getting treatment throughout the weekend.
It's tough for a young guy. I hope it's not a long-term thing.
Well, and you see him stumble just a little bit when he goes down. He could have a pinched nerve. There could be something pinching there. If you've ever had the pinched nerve situation, it's not a good situation to be in when you're competing.
And we'll see how this affects their momentum. Kind of that was a close game that they had managed to pull out, and so we'll see if they're able to come in and still continue that momentum.
Well, it can certainly go one of two ways. It can either give them a chance to kind of reset, kind of get the right mind frame back, and then go into a solid game 4, or they could get cold, like you said, and then lose that momentum.
Yours. Yeah, come on.
That's what you don't want. You do not want Matt Wright yelling, let's go, come on, and high-fiving Newman, because at that point it might be game over.
Yes.
If they get that train going in the right direction. It's going to be hard to stop.
Nice shot. No. See that? See that? Overruled.
Let's see.
Challenge.
All right,
so
we
got our
have
first challenge.
We've got our first video challenge.
Timeout for video challenge.
We've got Sandra Cloture going to be showing up and showing out here on the replay.
Championship matches. Players can challenge the call.
This is an interesting angle that we're looking at here. It's going to be hard to tell. It looks like
we almost need a side angle.
We almost need a side angle on the baseline there to be able to tell if that ball touched the line. Personally, I could see this going either way, but the call, remember, was out initially. There was excitement between Wright and Newman as they thought they hit that baseline.
It is close.
But an immediate challenge from Wright as they were confident that that ball was going to get overturned. What's the vibe that you're getting from the video referee that this ball might get overturned or not get overturned?
I don't think it's going to get overturned, personally.
Do you think it's mainly because of the angle that we're able to see?
I just think it's a really tough angle to look at. It's not like, I know we say it every time, but it's not a tennis ball. It doesn't compress. So if we had a side one to go along with this one, I think we would have the perfect shot.
Yeah, so keep that in mind when you as a player ask for a video replay. We are still very primitive and I guess limited on the amount of camera angles that we can possess.
Yes.
So she's only going to get to see it from that back camera. And unfortunately, this might not go in the favor of Wright and Newman as the angle was not good enough to probably overturn.
Yes. It's also, it's good to know for me later. All right, so call stands, like we said.
And they lose a timeout. That's important because they may need that timeout later in Game 4. We appreciate the video analyst doing her job.
It's fun. It's adding new stuff.
Very exciting stuff.
I know,
here
I
in Pro
love it.
Pickleball.
It's a good move. That's a play that's been working for them, the drive and crash. I'm a little surprised. Maybe it's because of the wind that, JW has a very consistent drop. He will never miss, but his poach is very intimidating.
And the wind picking up just a bit. All right, a couple unforced errors from Frazier and Jansen.
I think they're still looking to kind of get in their groove after that long break. You know, Riley and Matt were hitting balls, and Dylan had just come off, treatment. So they're probably still trying to get in a little bit of a rhythm as well as JW.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that potential injury from Frazier to see if that plays a role here in Game 4. All right, and it's 4-0 now. After that medical timeout, it looks to be that Wright and Newman stayed loose, stayed in a good frame of mind, and they picked up right where they left off before the medical timeout. That's so good.
Nice.
Matt Wright really doing damage, letting that ball drop, bounce up above the net, and teeing off cross-court at Frazier.
All right.
Felt like Wright was expecting the ball to get sped up at him, and then he just didn't.
Second serve.
Wait, aren't you going to hammer it? Yeah.
Matt was saying, oh, I was going to hammer it.
0-3-2.
Got a laugh from the crowd out there.
Yeah, Newman, I guess, letting him know to not hit it.
Yeah.
He wanted to tee off on it.
Ooh. Close, though. We have the signature finger wag by Matt. I don't like it when he does it to me, but when I'm off court, I enjoy it when he does the. Riley Newman's got a good finger wag on the Ernie as well.
I love when Newman gets into the firefight. He smashes one of those pancake forehands, and then he just turns around and he says, "Not today," or something. He says like, you know, "Don't bring it there." Like he has like some catchphrases that he uses. You gotta love it. Also, one of the things that his sister does that makes me crack up is when she's hitting a third and she thinks she might come up short, she kicks her leg up into the air as if that's going to will the ball over.
She can will some over, though. Lindsay Newman doesn't miss much.
I agree. I believe she's got some kind of extra special powers with the leg kick.
7-0-2.
Oh, 7-0. Not what you really want to see, but
You can tell that Dylan is walking a little bit funny now that I'm paying attention to him. He looks just like a little ginger.
No, for sure. I mean, if anybody's ever dealt with a back injury, it's debilitating.
Yeah.
And especially with the movement in pickleball, the precision of the movement back and forth and twisting, your hips get out of alignment, your back starts to get all jacked up. So even at a young age of 20, the crowd oohing and awing at the defense, but the energy has just been deflated from Jansen and Frazier right now.
Yeah, it's tough to get that momentum back. I mean, they played such a good game, and they were really controlling the tempo. Oh, that's a good counter.
Well, and look, Wright and Newman are really clamping down right now.
Yes.
They feel that they are in complete control of whatever's going on the court in this game 4.
And like Lucie was saying in her interview, they are on the good side right now. They were playing on the quote-unquote bad side in the previous game that they had lost. So they probably came over with a little more confidence. And, you know, when they see, no one likes to see an opponent go down like that, but you know your opponent's not feeling the best then, and you can kind of look to take advantage of that. That's a good reset.
Matt Wright really feeling it right now as he's attacking from all angles.
Ooh, look at that.
Oh boy, that's
good. Good shot.
Even Matt Wright recognizes when he gets body bagged on a shot like that, it's a good one.
Yeah, he's going back and closing middle. Dylan just does a little misdirect behind him.
He hit both shoulders on that one.
Oh.
Set out.
He hit it clean, though. That's a good setup. All right, let's see if the kids can get something going.
Feels like an uphill climb right now.
For
down
sure.
8 in game 4. That's so awkward. Such an awkward spot that Jansen put it on the left side of Wright and then put it on the left side of Newman as well. It's almost like as if he did it on purpose.
All right, there we go, a few.
You know, they're never out of a game. We have seen some huge comebacks.
Yes.
I've seen a comeback down 14-0, and they came back and won 16-14 at Chicken and Pickle a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Can't remember the people playing, but it can happen. Pickleball
is one of the most crazy momentum sports I've ever experienced. ever watched, ever seen. Ooh, double Ernie.
Yeah, and even that ball didn't come back over from Wright, but even if it did, he was not out of the kitchen, which is exactly why Jansen sped it up so quick. I don't know if we can see it on a replay, but
had enough.
We're gonna take a timeout as a 3-0 run has now happened for the young guns, Frazier and Jansen, on championship court. Beautiful day at the PPA Riverland Open. Got a great crowd on hand. We're gonna take a commercial break. We'll be right back after this.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Striker Pro V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
All right, guys, that Jigsaw Health commercial coming to a close, and we've got 3-8.
3-8-1.
1. That one's not coming back right there.
All right, so I think JW and Dylan are now starting to kind of attack a little bit more, and they're getting the best of these hands battles right now. See if they call a switch. Yep. No. Yep, Cruise fruitful. There we go.
Second serve.
Still got one more serve to try to close this gap.
5-8-2.
That's a good setup, though.
It is, and Newman just missing that one wide. It's now a 2-point deficit. We saw the Young Guns close out Game 3, 11-8. Let's see if they can make a comeback here.
Remember, Riley and Matt have no timeouts left now. It's a knifey dink that he's hitting against the wind on. The wind kind of picked up a little more in that point.
Yes, sir. 8-6-1.
Yeah, Frazier couldn't get behind it enough. Missing short. Such a good ball from Jansen. He doesn't even move. He just leans out and just rolls that so well.
But he does a good job taking balls out of the air. I think Riley kind of stuck his paddle in there and probably should have let Matt have that one.
All four players looking content.
Yeah!
To dink
I didn't think they would get away with that one, but Riley fought it off.
Well, Matt, as soon as I was saying something about all four being content to dink, Matt rips that forehand. A good job from Frazier keeping that ball low. You know, Matt loves that cross-court forehand attack below the net. That one didn't work in his favor, but he has gotten several of those through this series. I think Frazier's got to find a way to close that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the paddle out there ready to go.
Yeah, that one was set up pretty well. Matt's getting pretty active right now.
Point.
You don't see Matt miss many dinks, but he does like to circle. I mentioned that earlier. He circles around that backhand. I found that he's more fluid with his dinks there, and he can attack offensively off of that.
Yeah, right there he was going to go back behind JW, and had it gone over, that would have been a pretty deadly dink, and then I think he would have gotten the next ball like that where he could have attacked.
Yeah.
That's a great spot.
And the difference between the one Matt Wright missed earlier and that one is it was up above the net, so he could actually crank down on that ball versus trying to roll up.
Yeah, you'll see Matt, he's right now he's moving a lot on it, so before JW even hits it, he'll just start moving over to give himself room.
That's out. Point.
All right, we've got game point and match point as well, so
championship point.
Championship point. This is going to get really interesting right here. I'm going to say Newman, Wright look to press and attack and close this game out. There's Newman. Such good defense from Jansen on that ATP. That's what I was talking about, though. See, he's circling around that so he can spin into the body of Frazier, but that ball unattackable. The difference in that point was simply the dink that stayed too low.
It's that ATP defense that we see.
That was
Oftentimes.
Insane.
Troy Mosley, Ryan Grant, please report to the tournament desk.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Well, Frazier recognized that Newman was going to go out wide to cover that cross-court attack overhead, and he went back middle, sailing it long.
But a great tournament for Dylan Frazier and JW Jansen. I mean,
absolutely nothing to be disappointed about.
And your champions, Matt Wright and Riley Newman, this is their first championship together as a partnership. Let's see if this helps them grow and if they can come back and start challenging the Johns brothers.
Well, definitely winning a finals on Championship Sunday at one of the best PPA tournaments in the country is never going to hurt their chemistry.
Exactly.
I think Matt Wright has grown as a player. He is known as an alpha male, but I think his ability to team up with some other alpha males is going to be very difficult to handle coming down the later half of the season as they really hone in their strategies together. What a great performance. 4 games right there. The crowd absolutely loving it. We're going to take a break. Leigh Jansen, Scott Golden in the booth. We'll be back for the women's pro doubles coming up next. That's going to be the Waters duo, mother-daughter, versus Jessie. No, I got to.
Jessie Irvine and Catherine Parenteau. That's going to be a great one.
Yes. All right, guys.
All right,
we'll be back after
with
this.
Your winners.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
And welcome back, everyone, to Center Court here at the PPA Riverland Open. I have our second set of champions today, Riley Newman, Matt Wright. Guys, incredible match. That was a tight one all the way through. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the youngsters, Frazier and Jansen, throughout this tournament, but did you feel like seniority was a factor in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think Matt and I have been in a number of tournament experiences where we've been on center court in those pressure matches. I did not come out playing very sharp. Luckily, Matt picked it up. But I definitely think experience helped us. But, I just want to say thank you to my family and my sponsors. My family has been there, and my friends, just watching every single match. Even though we're in Florida, I'm a long way from home. Just want to say thank you for that. And then also to Kea, the best water bottle, and then my new Gamma signature paddle. So just want to say thank you to all that.
Absolutely, and we've seen lots of matches go to 4 games, 5 games obviously, long matches, long days. This is the 4th day of play for us. Talk about how to keep your body in prime condition for these days.
Yeah, you just, I've always had, for 20 years, I've got a little bit of a finicky back, so I have to stand up a lot, stay loose, stretch. That's the best I can do. I try to take hot baths at night, things like that. So when I've got this guy and his athleticism, though, he can cover a lot of court and help me out quite a bit. But yeah, it's, I love partnering up with Riley because I think we have a lot of options out there. We can play both sides. I think you're seeing us do that more and more to try to confuse opponents a little bit. And on Riley's note, I'd like to shout out to my parents who are in California right now and hopefully watching, a bunch of friends back home as well, and my personal coach who I've never given a shout out for, John Moggins back in Wichita. Let's call him my personal coach.
Well, you mentioned your back, Matt, but it was actually Dylan Frazier who took a timeout, an extensive injury timeout for a back injury. How do you guys want to come out and play after an injury timeout?
Actually, we came out pretty loose. I think we came out to an 8-0 start. Matt and I just had a good, solid game plan after that 10-15-minute break, and then we hit some balls, but came out really, really sharp, and I feel like that was a huge asset to that Game 4, trying to close it out, having a little bit of a cushion in our lead.
Absolutely, and I can't go any further without mentioning that this is your first title of the year together. That is obviously a huge achievement. How much confidence does that give you going into the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's a long year, it's a grind, and so it's something to build off of, right? We're being the first partnership together, those first few tournaments, you're working out the kinks a little bit and what works, what doesn't, and I think we're starting to do that more and more. So hopefully there are more in the future for us, and I'm looking forward to partnering with this animal.
Absolutely. We're going to bring Connor Ogden on court now, CEO of PPA Tour, to present your trophy. Connor?
All right, Matt Riley, congratulations on your first men's doubles championship of the year. You guys are looking great out there. You battled some tough conditions, and we look forward to seeing you at the rest of the tournaments this year. And on behalf of the PPA and the Riverland Open, we'd like to present you guys with this trophy.
Thanks, Connor.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Scott, take it away.
Johns, we appreciate that interview with champions of the men's pro doubles finals. In Game 4, they found a way to get it done. They had that 15-minute medical timeout where they stayed loose, they hit some balls, they came out with an 8-0 cushion and just found a way to dig deep and get it done. Those young guns battling hard, taking it to 4, but ultimately the veteran savvy experience from Matt Wright and Riley Newman being the factor that made the difference. Next up, we've got the women's pro doubles. You can see them warming up on court as we speak. Catherine Parenteau and Jessie Irvine teamed up many times before. And of course, Team Waters, the mother-daughter duo. Leigh Waters, 42 years old. Anna Leigh, disparaging difference in the age at 15, but not in skill. She is one of the most dominant players to ever play the game. She's going for the triple crown today at the PPA Riverland Open. She had a shot at it in the Minnesota tournament up in the Northwest, but was not able to close out women's pro doubles. So we're going to see if she can complete that circuit, and then she'll be squaring off against my co-commentator from last game, Leigh Jansen, in the women's pro singles finals after the men's, I think she'll be at the end of the day. So stay tuned for that. We're going to take a commercial break, and I'll be back for the live action with Leigh Jansen after this.
At Foot Solutions, we have highly trained, board-certified podorthists available at our retail locations to expertly fit you in a truly custom orthotic and recommend the perfect footwear from our collection of stylish international brands. We are proud to have thousands of positive reviews online, showcasing the care and attention to detail that defines our service. Come into Foot Solutions and see for yourself how visiting with one of our specialists can improve your quality of life.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am.
I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
More bad news?
All right, and welcome back. We have a great matchup here for you at the Riverland PPA. Down here in Port St. Lucie, Florida, we have the Waters facing off. And as you can see on your screen right here, we're going to have Leigh Waters, 42, from Delray Beach, Florida, along with Anna-Leigh Waters in her second of third final for the day, going for the Triple Crown. And they're going to be facing off along on the near side with Jessie Irvine, 32, from Los Angeles, and Catherine Parenteau, local from Naples, Florida.
Here we go.
So I'm excited about this one. These two teams have been facing off all year, battling each other all year. I don't think there's ever just been one team that has dominated the other.
1-0-2.
It's definitely going to be a lot of fireworks as they love to rip.
So we're starting it off 2 quick points. We're going to see Jessie taking the left. Now, the last time they were in this matchup as well, they had Jessie on the left. Yesterday, we saw Catherine a little more on the left. So they're a pretty dynamic team that likes to play certain spots due to the matchup. It's a great drop and close.
Well, and also it's interesting because you would think Anna-Leigh Waters would play on the left since she's probably the most dominant player in the sport right now, but she tends to be on the right side a lot of times with her mom. I don't know if that's a strategy that they're implementing or if it's just maybe Leigh Waters feels more comfortable on the left. I'm not actually sure.
So I have a few theories. I think Leigh feels more comfortable on the left. I think Anna-Leigh is also a very versatile player in the fact that she has a backhand in the middle and a forehand in the middle. And if I had to choose between the two of if I'm playing Anna-Leigh, which one I would rather go to, her forehand is dangerous, but her backhand, she just can do anything with, you know.
Dangerous.
So I think it gives them a formation of Leigh on her more comfortable side, and Anna-Leigh can still be offensive as well. It's good reach in and flip back by Catherine. So I've seen Catherine do that quite a bit, and she seems to really kind of be getting a lot of points off of it. She'll take the backhand in the middle and take it back behind the person, which right now is Leigh. Ooh, she just played an out ball. That's the worst. It's my pet peeve when I do that to myself.
Well, yeah, and again, it just happens so quick. I think you have to make that split-second decision, and sometimes you guess right, sometimes you don't, and the indecision I found is the worst thing for that situation. There's another one, and there's a quick timeout. I mean, funny how we were talking about how Dylan and Jansen never called the timeout.
Waters will.
They called it so quick right there as the momentum has heavily swung to the 2 seed, Irvine and Parenteau. We'll be right back after this commercial break with Leigh Jansen and Scott Golden.
No way she gets this.
Let's go! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
My turn.
Pickleball Cocktail, agora disponível no Brasil. Obrigada, iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail ya está disponible aquí en México. Gracias a iHerb.
Le pickleball cocktail est maintenant disponible en France. Merci iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail теперь можно пить в России. Спасибо, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail. Teraz dostupný už je na Slovensku. Ďakujeme iHerb.
pickleball cocktail, now available in over 150 countries. Thanks, iHerb.
Back from that Jigsaw Health commercial. Just want to give a quick shout out, Leigh, to the referees. They're doing a fantastic job. Larry Scott, Patricia Stewart, Julie Scott, and Andy Jones on point here for this women's pro doubles final.
They're the real all-stars. It's been a long, hot weekend for them, and they were here late last night.
Yeah, I got word that some of the referees were here till 1 a.m. and back up at the crack of dawn.
1 a.m.? So yeah.
It is a grind, no doubt about it.
Oh, that was going out too.
It was going out, but I think she had already made the decision that she was going to hammer that for a winner. And after hitting 2 of those out balls, I think she needed that one just to be able to reset and go, all right, if I'm going to hit an out ball, I might as well close it.
So it's interesting because we thought, oh, nice pickup.
It's incredible, but Jessie Irvine returning the favor.
So I thought we heard Lucie say to Matt, say to us in the interview that Matt and Riley thought the side that the Waters were on was the good side.
The good side.
So the wind could have switched or slow start as well. Something to track.
7-0-2.
So
it's amazing how much power a 15-year-old can possess hitting those balls off the court.
Not too many. I would say Anna Leigh and Lucie Kovalova probably are in contention for the hardest hitters on the women's side. Jessie also can on certain shots as well.
I love that inside-out forehand from Jessie. She really opens up that wrist. There she lets it go. I mean, the attack is one thing, but you have to be ready either to defend it coming back, because it will come back, or let that ball go out.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd, let's take a look at that replay as she does not waste any time putting that forehand away for a winner.
Where did Anna Leigh get her power from?
2-7-1.
That's that distinct sound when that Durafast 40 hits the net cord, just stopping it in its tracks.
2-7-2.
Good duck.
Yeah, really nice job from Irvine letting that go.
Like we saw with Riley, I would say Irvine is one of the best on the women's side where she can leave. Oh, she leaves a lot of them.
Is that just a discipline thing in your mind? I don't know how you would train that or teach that, really. I think that's instincts.
I think you can. Like, I've had a few practice sessions with Tyson where we tried to work on out balls and just like where you're working on your speed ups and really trying to find your range and where the ball location is where you leave. Now, you have to do it quite a bit, and it's often a skill that you don't practice because how many skills are in pickleball?
Oh.
Nice. Oh, 2 misdirects.
You gotta love that. Let's take a look at the replay.
1, 2. Whoops.
That's a 1-2 punch. Off-speed misdirects from Jessie Irvine. She's really feeling it right now.
So one thing, these two teams just faced off at the Aurora National Indoors with and oh, nice. One thing that I felt like Catherine and Jessie didn't do as much as they kind of let their foot off the pedal, but they also just targeted Leigh the whole time. Obviously, that is the target, but they're doing a good job of keeping Anna Leigh out of it, because if you don't keep her out of it,
that's what happens right there.
She's a force in that middle.
She's already won the mixed pro doubles with Ben Johns, feeling that confidence and momentum right now as they're up. Wow, what a drop.
All right.
So no stacking. They're just going to play upright for the waters.
Wind kept that one.
The wind for sure, but also I think it was just a little outstretched from Anna Leigh Waters' grasp.
3-9-2.
That's a good hands battle.
Well, and that's the type of point that the Waters want to get into right here, is initiating the attack.
Boom.
And then really just both of them hammering until they get what they want. Anna Leigh Waters not afraid to just speed a ball up at any moment.
No. She has the confidence that she will win that hands battle. So if she's oftentimes just looking to start it with you.
Nice movement here.
Yep, but you can see that Jessie and Catherine clearly have a game plan. They're not going to let Anna Leigh beat them in the middle. They're going to try and bring her out of it so they can either attack Leigh or make Leigh win the point. And she is very capable.
But there's a reason that they team up still.
So right there, she knows that Catherine's just going to try and get one back, but she's already pounding that middle. She just overcooked it.
Yeah, she knows exactly where to go with those balls. That one sailing long, as Leia just mentioned. Able to keep that one in. Let's take a look at that replay as she hammers that ball very close. On the replay, it wasn't that easy to distinguish if it was in or out, but Catherine talking to Jessie saying, hey, that ball is in.
I think Jessie wanted to appeal to the ref.
She was about to. We'll talk about this more in depth, but what do you think about not having line judges for these pro matches? I'm a big fan of not having them. I don't know how you feel.
Line judges? Yeah, last year we had a few, and I felt like there was a lot of people on a small court. Yeah. Just from a safety hazard situation, in singles, I almost ran into a few at a few times, you know? And that's dangerous for me and the ref.
Correct.
And I'm happy we have this video replay. See, I probably would have let Catherine just take that.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, but also Jessie was already all the way over there committing. So I think she was, in her mind, she was like, if I'm going to come over, I might as well take it. But I agree. I think she should have let Catherine have that one. Guys, we're going to take a break as the Waters have now shaved off that lead, down 2 with some momentum. We'll be right back after this.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Striker Pro V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
All right, as that title sponsor commercial from Tyrell comes to conclusion, we are now looking at a 7-9 deficit.
This is kind of like the men's match that we saw. Quick start, and then I think water settle in, the sides kind of come to play.
I mean, look, she's got to take some risk. One of the things I feel like the Waters do really well is initiating, so maybe she's trying to start the attack first to try to catch them.
I think it's good.
8-9-1.
Leigh made a great play there. I think she anticipated and slid that over. Keep going, though.
Now, one thing you'll see from the pros is if they miss a shot or they have a mistake, they go right back to it. They don't go away from it just because it didn't work once. Oh, great ball by Irvine. And then she just a little flick of the wrist right there. She didn't put anything on it. I think she saw the gap was there.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try and do that. They're gonna try and go behind Anna Leigh and really expose the middle, going maybe back behind her again or attacking themselves. It's a rare miss.
9-8-2.
Same attack.
Same attack. Finding that success.
So do you think now she's gone there twice, Leigh's countered twice, if you're playing, do you try it again or you change your location?
I think you change the location there. I don't think you go back to it 3 times. These pros are very smart. They're intelligent players, and they know, if they go twice to something and it doesn't work, they need to change it up.
Net love.
We've seen several from both sides that just hit the net cord and don't find its way over. Some of that I think could be the wind a little bit possibly, but some of it's I think just they're trying to keep the ball so low. It's such a small margin for error. They don't want to give the Waters any opportunity to attack and vice versa. Great communication as, Irvine has a nice 2-handed backhand, but the communication there was Catherine take that forehand, and it worked out.
9-9-1.
For people watching at home, pay attention to how the pros move on the court and when they stop. When the ball's going to get hit, they're usually stopped. That ball, what we would say is shanked off the edge of the paddle, the top of that paddle for Leigh Waters.
Paddles down.
Paddles down. They are not afraid to use those timeouts, especially now at game point. The 2 seed taking a 1-point advantage. We'll see the conclusion of this match when we come back.
I got it.
Thanks, Ben.
I got it. Thanks, Ben. I got it. Hello, this is Jigsaw Health.
Thanks, Ben.
I'm on a call. Uh-huh. Yours.
Thanks, Ben.
Bottle can take the heat.
All right, we're back to the action here as the number 2 seed, Irvine and Parenteau, find themselves in the driver's seat. What do you think they need to do here on game point to close this first one out?
10, 9, 2.
I think just get up there.
A little underwhelming, the crowd kind of a sigh of, oh. But again, they're just trying to keep that ball low. They don't want to get any opportunity to get it be attacked as they're making their way up. For that reason right there, if you leave that ball up, once Leigh starts hammering on those forehands and backhands, you're in trouble.
Yeah, she has so much power when she swings from the mid-court. It almost kind of surprises you and kind of gets on you really quickly. There. See?
And it's in an awkward spot, so it's not like she can do much with it. Good spot there from Leigh.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy, great anticipation from Parenteau to know where that ball is headed. Well, so what's the mindset of that, trying to keep it low and into the kitchen versus throwing a lob up and keeping the point alive? I mean, is she thinking reset there?
I think she, with the wind coming against them, this is the quote-unquote tougher side. It's just way too hard throwing a lob up, so we're just going to, I think she was thinking, I'm just going to try and drive to keep the point alive, but it's a lot tougher to do that. In Minnesota, we were seeing everybody just throw lobs up.
Right, Minnesota. Now, keep in mind also, they were into the wind, meaning that Parenteau's drive there was into the wind, might have knocked it down just a bit.
Yeah.
I really think that I thought they were going to work themselves out of that jam right there.
I thought so too. Catherine is the queen of defense, so for them to put that ball away is pretty tough.
That's big. It's now another lead change, 11-10. Waters digging deep, finding a way to somehow flip the script and find themselves up 1 out of this timeout. What do they need to do now to close out this game 1?
So I don't want to jinx them, but I think the Waters are great closers because they put so much pressure on their opponents, and then they continue to put that pressure on. So in tight moments like this, you often find yourself making an unforced error because you're worried about Leigh attacking, or if you're worried about leaving a dead dink up, and they really use that to their advantage because they're so aggressive.
Quickly, third shot drop or third shot drive?
I'm saying drive, but they're a whiff, so I'm going to say drop, actually.
Okay, drop. She changed her choice. I love it. Spot on.
Oh, yeah. Catherine was sitting on that. It's funny because attacks from last year that were working aren't working this year. The curl into the body, everyone is sliding over, and they've seen it over and over again.
Another drop. Very interesting way that game finished. I was expecting 2 third shot drives. You said drop at the last minute. They dropped twice, got up to the non-volley zone, dinked until they found a ball they could attack. Game over. A lot of lead changes. Was it what you expected, Leia?
Yeah, it's always up and down with these two teams. It's going to be a battle.
Gotta love it, guys. Game 1 in the books, 12-10 to the 4 seed. The Waters are rolling right now. We've got game 2 coming up after this commercial break.
Today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury, fun, and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grip for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
All right, as we make our way back out onto the championship court, you can look around and see the crowd is piled in. Bumper to bumper traffic in the human sense of the word. They are packed in like sardines here on Sunday, which is Championship Sunday, and Game 2 is about to get underway right now.
One, zero, two. Right out. Zero, one, one. Point.
All right.
One. Second serve.
Few loose airs right now to start with.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Getting
weird.
used to sides.
Yeah, the 2 minutes that they get to kind of cool off, sometimes they start out a little bit slower. That one heated up real quick as that ball popped up to the backhand of Jessie Irvine.
She almost dunked that home.
I thought she was in the kitchen there for a minute.
2, 1, 2.
Nice close.
You know, it's nice to see the other team win a few firefight exchanges against the Waters as they shine in that category.
Oh, for sure. So one thing that I also noticed from playing is, so these courts are on a little bit of a slant, and then that slant also has the wind coming towards them. So not only are you fighting a firefight into the wind, you're fighting it uphill,
Slightly uphill
as well. So there were some times on mixed day that I thought I was out handsing some guys, and then the roles switch, and I was like, oh, it's not working.
4, 1, 2.
False alarm.
Yeah. All right, quick timeout.
An eye roll and a wow
from Leigh.
Mouth from Leigh Waters as they call another quick timeout.
I mean, I think this is like one thing that I mean, you can learn a lot from the Waters. They're great champions, but one thing you guys want to learn, game management. I know playing against Anna Leigh in singles, if I get hot, that girl won't let me see 3 points in a row, and it's a good strategy.
So I should expect that when you play her a little bit
yeah,
later.
if I get hot, I'm aware a timeout will be coming.
How do you, let's just talk about that. How do you handle that situation when you are feeling hot? How do you stay in that mindset for 60 seconds when it has to go by?
I mean, honestly, I just tell myself, oh, my opponents know I'm playing well. I take it as a compliment. That's what you kind of have to lie to yourself about, and you just got to use that as a refreshment break. I have my routine during my timeout, so I try not to just really think or do anything because I'm doing everything right. If you're doing everything right and things are going good, you don't need people talking to you. You don't need anything. You're all set and good.
Yeah, and are you pros aware that the majority of the time when there's a timeout called, that team that called the timeout comes out of the timeout winning the next point? Or do you guys?
I am very aware of that.
You're
That's
very
why
aware
I
of it.
started calling a lot of timeouts. Is I tracked Anna Leigh's timeout calls during
you're
our
like-
matches and singles.
You're like, shoot, this is working on me.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's there's something about just breaking the momentum that is like this unsung thing that works sometimes. Let's see if it works.
The one mistake was going high to Annalise forehand. They had a good game plan. They were going after Leigh Waters, staying on her. The moment Irvine switched it, she made her pay for it.
That one's trouble as well.
And one thing, if you watch on the replay, watch how Annalise Waters goes that way with the ball, where most people would go down the middle. She's going kind of off the right hip, which is very hard to predict. So they got 2 in a row after the timeout, so it did prove to be correct.
2, 5, 2.
Oh, that's into the wind, stays in.
Right, and that's interesting because she froze those 2 up. And that ball was well inside the baseline.
I think this is where this team can get exposed a little bit because they both play both sides. Sometimes the middle coverage is like that ball was Jessie's, but Catherine didn't quite slide over a little bit, so Jessie didn't slide over, and then she could sneak it through the middle. Sometimes when the formation changes a little bit, they get a little bit mixed up. Sometimes.
Some hesitation,
yeah,
maybe.
sometimes, not all the time. There's just a few times I notice when they're switching a lot during the course of the match that there can be some middle confusion.
Very well done. I thought the speed up from Annalise Waters early in the point was going to get it done. It got back to reset, neutral position, and then ultimately Waters letting that out ball go.
5, 5, 2.
Another comeback. I mean,
Well,
look
the
at this
timeout.
timeout. Look at this.
I mean, it's evident, right? Down 5-1, call a timeout, now you're 5-5.
Wow.
So, in my opinion, on this replay, you can't coach this type of athleticism.
No.
She's falling away from the ball, leaning out, and hits a winner through the middle on 2 top pros.
That's Annalise being Annalise.
Yeah, there's no defense for that type of thing, and you really don't see that coming. Most people there, for example, would try to hit a reset. Not her. She's hitting a winner. All right, guys, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back after this. All right, so we've got a lead change after getting down 1-5. They call that timeout. We talk about it being a factor. They come out of the timeout, and all of a sudden, now here they are, 6-5 with some momentum. Let's see if the other side can change the tide with their timeout. She kind of gasped, but I think she realized it was definitely just wide.
All right, they needed that side out.
5, 6, 1.
Let's see if they can do something with it.
Big gust that just happened.
I actually thought it was going to help her. It was gusting in the way going there, but she still came up a little short. Boy, that return right there was insanely good. Catherine asking Jessie, her partner, did you see it? Was that ball in or out? But she couldn't tell.
Couldn't tell. That's what, I mean, a lot of their points just come off the driving crash. No, for me personally, I would start hitting a few more balls, thirds to Leigh. Her poach is just a little more potent and intimidating than Leigh's. And Leigh's just seeing a lot of thirds. And Leigh was a stud tennis player. She's got a good drive. And when her drive is on, it's just, we kind of fall into this trap of, well, you want to avoid Leigh, and that is true, but Leigh is also a great off-ball player.
Like Ben
There we go.
Johns.
So, and even though they got in, like they had to scrap and claw for that point rather than Leigh drive, quick poach. The Waters want quick points. Jessie and Catherine want long points. They want to make them work for it.
Great drop there and another attack. That's similar to what she did before that timeout at 5-5, but that one she was falling a little too far away.
6, 7, 1.
I'm also a little biased because I want some long points too for Leigh.
Oh, for sure. There's a little, a little motive there. Leigh referring to the fact that she's going to be playing Leigh Waters later. But at 15, do you really get tired?
I still think 3 full matches like this is a little much. Not a little much. It's tough. It's definitely like a fitness test. We play all year, we train all year, and then by Championship Sunday, you've also played all weekend, 3 events deep. So you're feeling it. Not maybe she's not feeling it as much physically, but mentally, there's always that mental test as well. You can be mentally fatigued at 15 for sure. And at 29.
Oh my goodness. Look at the angle that. Oh boy, that's a heartbreaker for Irvine as she teed off on that forehand, but just didn't get it to roll over. But the defense off of that sharp angle from Irvine's forehand was crazy. All right, so those are lets here at the PPA. Amateur division does not redo this. This is only for the pro level. Immediate timeout from Irvine. I mean, the ball had not even hit the ground yet.
Yeah, she knew it.
She was already yelling timeout, so that's very smart. As Waters going up 2-0 is not good for Parenteau and Irvine, the 2 seed. Guys, we're going to take this commercial break. Leigh Waters and her mother, Leigh Waters, in control. We'll be back after this.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Drive V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
I was playing 8 days a week, playing tournaments all over the place. On June 8th of this year, I had a heart attack. I knew that I wanted to get well as fast as I could. I was talking to a friend of mine. He sent me a sample pack of the stack. Now, even post-heart attack, I love being able to compete with the kids. The Jigsaw products, I think, are what are allowing me to do that. Anybody that wants to have hydration and endurance, they should be taking these products.
The Waters finding their way back onto the court, having a quick conversation as they're up 9-6, also up a game. Irvine, Parenteau looking focused coming out of this timeout as they know they cannot afford to go down 2-0. Oh, there's a ball. I actually think that Irvine just assumed that Parenteau was going to take that coming up with the backhand, and she did not.
Yeah, I think the off-ball person, she knows she should have taken it because the off-ball person just standing at the net, it's an easier one. That's a tough.
Back-to-back unforced errors there. Now, down, let's talk about this real quick. You're down 2-0 against the Waters, who like to ratchet up the pressure, especially being up comfortable 2 games. But we did see the Waters a couple tournaments ago, maybe back at the end of 2021, against, I think, Simone and Lucie, up 2 games and up like 8-1 in the third. Came back and lost that series in 5. It's not ever over till it's over, is it?
No. I mean, I think you kind of have to treat a best of 5 as like one game in its own. You saw JW and Dylan get down 2 games to love, but then they won that game and they got a little bit of momentum before the injury timeout. So I think right now, honestly, this is what I do when I get down 2 games to love. It is I say, okay, best 2 out of 3 right now. You know?
Ah, okay. So you're thinking, okay, it's best 2 out of 3 at this point in your mind.
In my mind, and you're tricking yourself, not thinking you got to win all 3.
That's actually interesting, thought process. Does it work for everybody? Maybe, maybe not. But for you, that's just a way for you to just shed that idea that you're down, maybe looking up a huge mountain.
Yeah.
You put it down into a smaller size.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta break it down. Otherwise, it just seems a little bit daunting, the task in front of you.
Very cool. We're gonna take a break, and we'll be right back after this.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
All right, as we come back and the crowd loving every minute of this championship Sunday. They're just soaking it up. It's a little cooler than what we would have wanted, but turned out to be a pretty nice day.
Good leave. And you can see why South Florida is kind of a hub now in pickleball. You're from South Florida. You play and train with all the great players there as well. But look at the crowd. Like, we got a lot of fans. We got a lot of players here.
Absolutely. You know, South Florida is packed with talent, West Coast to East Coast. And we're fortunate enough to have the Waters in Delray Beach, Florida. Really a privilege to get to be around them.
It's the right spot right there.
One.
All right, so they're keeping Jessie on the left, and right now just kind of being down, and this is the same one that they're gonna keep the stay here. I do think it's good to note we have 3 Florida girls on the court, and we have Jessie, who is from California. So
The Cali girl.
yes, the Cali girl, coming from the West Coast, along with Jessie as well. We were a little spoiled last weekend at the Minnesota Indoors, where this week we are facing the elements that we don't ever really face. So it's very tough.
I know the times I've gone to California, it's been for pickleball stuff, and
The ball flies over there.
It flies, and there's
We
not
love
a lot
it.
of wind typically. It's pretty calm.
Yeah, I always say it's like.
Real quick, let's talk about that. You said that the middle ball sometimes can get a little hazy for
Yes.
these two. We just saw that played out right there.
Yeah. So what's your kind of thought on it? Do you think? I would see another timeout right here. Do you think?
Yeah, there you go. You called it.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Do you think having design set roles on a team is good, or do you think like one person play one side, or you think the fact that you can constantly switch up is a good thing to have as well?
Well, it's funny because watching 5 years of pickleball, and especially now over the last few years in pro pickleball, it comes down to preference for each individual team, because you've got somebody like Matt Wright, who in mixed doubles, he's a huge factor being on the left, but he's willing to play the right side with Riley Newman some. So it just really depends on, I think, the matchups and stuff. I think with these two in particular, and you tell me if you think different, but I think they're both used to taking that middle ball, but now they're getting hesitant because they don't want to clash paddles.
Yes.
So they're giving leeway to each one, and the communication is just breaking down a little bit, I think.
Yes.
All right, guys. Waters and Waters quickly up 5-1 in the third. If they don't reel this in, this could get ugly in a hurry in game 3.
Crazier things have happened. See if they can just reset. A lot of it has just been kind of on loose airs. All right, there we go.
Well, and that's another testament to the timeout. It cools that team off just a bit and allows you to hit the reset button coming out with a little more focus.
Mm-hmm.
Jessie Irvine there with a big deep breath after missing that serve.
There you go. Sometimes hitting your best shot is what you need to get going.
And just seeing that point being put up on the board, too,
Yes.
And they're stacking now, looks like, with Catherine on the left because it's stacking on even.
Yeah, I ask the question sometimes because sometimes I think in tighter moments, if there's not that set role of this person do this, you can see confusion happen. And when we're under stress and we're under, a lot of pressure, it can kind of come off the seams. The most dominant women team that we have seen, Lucie and Simone, had very set roles. Right now we're seeing Callie and Lucie with very set roles. We're seeing Annalie and Leigh with very set roles. So with these two, they're both so talented and versatile on both sides that sometimes the constant switch up can get confusing.
I saw this unfolding right in front of us. Let's take a look as Annalie Waters was on the move. She was not going to be denied, but Catherine Parenteau having other plans.
I think that's the one poach that didn't work for her today.
Yeah, that's very few times does she not execute on that.
You got to hit almost the line and stretch her full. Ooh, she's on it.
That is one of the dangers of sliding to the right to hit that two-handed backhand on that side, is that if you overcook it, it's going out.
Yep.
Wow. That's incredible. Catherine Parenteau really bowing up there. They found a little glimmer of hope here in game 3. Long way to go, though.
That helps.
That always helps.
And
I think
timeout, I bet it.
You're pretty good with this. You've seen this once or twice.
I can call him.
I think so far, I believe you're 3 for 3 on that. Literally, that's fantastic. Guys, we're going to take this opportunity to take a break. We'll be right back after the commercials for the conclusion of Game 3. All right, guys, as we come back from this timeout, let's talk a little about body language. Right now, Jessie Irvine and Catherine Parenteau not looking like their body language is that of a team that's got the momentum. How do they change that here in Game 3?
Yeah, it's a little tough. They're probably feeling a little overall discouraged, but that's sometimes what can happen. A lot of it, I mean, so for Jessie, she's a super fiery player. Catherine, I actually think when she gets a little bit loud, I notice in singles when Catherine's getting loud, that's good for Catherine and bad for me. So if I were them, I would, after a good point, a big point, just fire it up. Take Julian Arnold's words from him right there.
Gotta love Julian Arnold. He yells something in Italian every time he hits like a fiery shot.
Yeah,
I don't even know
I
what
can't pronounce it.
I'm not even gonna try on here.
7-4-1.
All right, they've closed the gap a little bit. It's 7-4.
Right there. Just anything like a little bit of something to get you going, because you can kind of still see they're a little defeated and reserved. And granted, it's an unforced error, but just a little bit of fire. I notice Anna Leigh really does it well. She'll use your mistake, and I don't think she's doing it for gamesmanship. She's just using it to give herself energy when she's down. Yeah.
That was good. I heard Irvine say out softly, but then Parenteau battling for her life. The ball goes by her, and she's like, my bad. You know, I realized I shouldn't have hit that, but it's just in that moment, it's so hard to lay off of those.
They need this one right here.
They need that. They need a stop, even if it's one that's an unforced error from the other team. At this point, they'll take anything, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think they're against, right?
Yet the wind is into the face of Parenteau and Irvine. She's apologizing, but I actually don't think that was intentional at all.
It's not.
You ladies like to go straight on, torso to torso. That's very common, and I think that, you know, unintentionally that ball maybe came up a little bit too high.
No, and Leigh knows it. If she started it, she usually does finish it. I think Catherine just got it in a great spot by re-countering to the same place it came from.
For sure.
We're always closing to the open gap.
Irvine needed that right there. She had just missed the third shot the point before, and that was big right there for her mentally. It's only 6-8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a little bit of a fist pump, a little bit of something, really just to kind of let the other team know you're here. You want them to feel you as well.
She's really taking her time, being methodical with these drops moving up. It's a great ball there. I think we're seeing a turn for Irvine as she just took a big sigh of relief as they close the gap now to 1. That's a huge deal.
See, that's a huge point right there. You got to let them feel it.
Oh, they're feeling it.
And because they take a timeout, they are thinking about it.
100%. They're within 1. It's within reach. Certainly, Parenteau and Irvine have an opportunity coming out of this timeout to tie the game up and really change that momentum. We'll see that, guys, when we come back.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Dry Feet by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Lucie. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, come on. I love it, babe!
You were just, Leah, talking about that Jigsaw commercial.
That's their best one right there. That's just too good.
By far the best one.
There you go. Get some confidence going.
Well, and there's the fist bump and the high five and the come-ons. That's where they really start to pick things up, and the momentum can shift.
You could tell Jessie was closing hard in on that one. She was taking her time before. She's starting to feel like her drops are dropping. Oh, jeez. I just jinxed her.
Yeah, good defense there. That one got hammered.
Hey, 1.
There's another little high five between the two of them. You can see the synergy starting to really gel there.
Yeah, a wise person just told me a few days ago that to take it one moment at a time, and people don't really realize how hard that is. It looks like Jessie and Catherine are starting to feel it, and if they just take it 1 point at a time for these next couple, it's a whole new life.
Well, and I think just taking the lead would be a big deal at this point as it's tied 8-8. Again, she went right back to the same shot. I mean, to be honest, that shot is probably the most difficult shot to keep that in off the left hip when you're on the far side.
Oh, that's
That's
so good.
such a good shot by Jessie Irvine.
So good.
I mean, if Annalie Waters can't track that one down, it's pretty fantastic.
8-8-2.
Yeah. It's a good speed up. It's a good spot. She jammed her up right in the chest.
A 1-point advantage. Nice recovery.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy, she got it. Catherine really digging deep to get that ball. Oh, and Jessie Irvine switching hands to try to get that angle and cut it off. Let's take a look at that replay. She stretched fully out She knew that angle was coming from Annalie Waters as it was cranked on with that two-handed backhand. What a point. They're going to keep Annalie Waters at game and match point on the left. And there it is. Irvine New looking around at the wind. Not going to be a game 4 in the horizons.
Waters.
The Waters close it out.
This is their first PPA title of the year, yeah?
I think it's the first one of the year, and it also keeps that triple crown intact for Little Waters to do her thing against you.
I'm going to go get ready for that.
Leigh Jansen's going to take this microphone off and go prepare for that. Hopefully, we see a fantastic men's pro singles and women's pro singles coming up after this break. Scott Golden will be right back after this commercial break.
I used to wonder if tomorrow was my last match. Have I reached my full potential? Have I made those who love me proud? Have I done enough to help others be their best? Have my accomplishments inspired others to dream bigger? I wonder no more. I can't change the past, but I can shape the future.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There we go.
And welcome back, everyone, to the PPA Riverland Open. I've got our champions here, Annalie Waters' mom, Leigh Waters. Guys, huge congratulations. It's such an incredible achievement to finish off a team as good as that one in just 3 games. Talk about what part of your game was just working and just better today.
Well, we haven't won a PPA title. We've been in a lot of finals, but we haven't won a women's title since Orlando. So I think we were just super pumped to go out there and, you know, show that we can win another title. And during the match, we were just trying to play our game. I mean, it's super windy out here, but, you know, we did our best and we fought, and here we are.
Leigh, a lot of players, and not players, but spectators and fans are asking about these PPA agreements that a lot of you have signed with us, which we thank you for that. But why was it for your family the right decision?
Yeah, I mean, the PPA is the best tour. I mean, they have the best locations. They treat us amazing. They have tons of spectators. When I say that I win on the Pro Tour, I want to say that I beat the best, and the best players are at the PPA tournaments. I mean, and nobody can argue that. So, so for us, it was the right decision, and I mean, it's just been awesome so far.
We love having you guys on tour here. I want to ask you, you guys have amassed quite a bit of winnings at this point, a lot of prize money. What are you doing with it? And don't just say saving it. I want something better than that.
Well, we are saving it, but we like shopping, so usually if we win a big title or something, we'll go to the mall and we'll go in some probably too expensive store. We probably shouldn't be in there, and my dad gets nervous, but we do go in there and we get something nice to remember that tournament by.
Oh, I love that. Leigh, same thing from you?
Yeah, absolutely. We usually like get a piece of jewelry so that, like Annalie said, it's a remembrance and we can share it and it's special. So
I love it. Congratulations again, ladies. Annalie, we're going to see you later on for that singles. You are going to try for that Triple Crown. We can't wait to see what will happen against Leigh Jansen later. Scott.
I did my part.
Mom's done. She's all done, guys. Congratulations to you both. Scott, back over to you.
All right, guys, that's a fantastic interview. The Waters always a joy to listen to. I love Leigh Waters' answer right there at the end. She said, I did my part. She played her role in that 3-game set right there. Women's Pro Doubles champions. No one can take that away from them. Their first PPA title in the books. I love their matching outfits. I love their attitude out there. They have no quit in them. You got to love the Waters. They're always fan favorites. And here in South Florida, they brought out a huge crowd. Husband on hand, dad on hand, grandparents on hand, everybody watching. You got to love that. Guys, we're going to see the men's pro singles coming up next. We'll be right back after this break. I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep. wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again. And again.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weinmeier, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
At Foot Solutions, we have highly trained, board-certified podorthists available at our retail locations to expertly fit you in a truly custom orthotic and recommend the perfect footwear from our collection of stylish international brands. We are proud to have thousands of positive reviews online, showcasing the care and attention to detail that defines our service. Come into Foot Solutions and see for yourself how visiting with one of our specialists can improve your quality of life.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
All right, guys, we have the number 2 seed Tyson McGuffin taking on the 4 seed J.W. Jansen. Tyson McGuffin, if you take a look up on the screen, is a PPA contracted player at 32 years old, 5'10", out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He is the face of Selkirk, loves to wear cutoff shirts, tank tops to perform, and it looks like we're getting started right now. Right out of the gate, J.W. Jansen. Drawing blood first. That, if you watched any of the singles on Thursday when Tyson McGuffin was on championship court, you heard me talk about that inside-out forehand. He lives and dies by that shot when he's got it going. It's an incredible thing to watch. Tyson McGuffin giving props to J.W. Johnson's shot right there.
2-2. Side out.
Tyson laying off of that forehand down the line from Jansen. Singles is a good change of pace here after watching the doubles finals. Tyson in his first final today. J.W. Johnson in his second. He played for the men's pro doubles final earlier today. Fell short against Newman and Wright.
2-2. Side out.
We're gonna see Tyson set up his points with that inside-out forehand. He likes to mix it up. That's too good. Tyson trying to get a deep return and get up to that tee, but J.W. Johnson's passing shot right now is on point.
3-2. Point.
Nice deep serve there from Jansen.
4-2.
Tyson, it looks like, is going to try to get up to that non-volley zone line early and do his damage from there.
Point.
Big serve from McGuffin. The wind behind the back of J.W. Johnson into the face of McGuffin. Great effort, but not able to get back. Jansen puts that one away easily. Great hustle play from McGuffin on that.
4-3. Side out. Three, 4.
Oh, what a shot there from Tyson McGuffin. He comes around, spins around, and gives a, almost like gritting his teeth right there. Pretty gritty shot. Also, special guest just joining me.
Hello.
Champion in women's doubles, Leigh Waters. How's it going, Leigh?
Hey, Scott. Happy to be here.
So, coming after the doubles, this is such a change of pace. Just watching, the points are much faster, they're in a little quicker.
Yeah, it's a totally different game.
Completely different, but just as entertaining.
Oh, for sure. Sometimes it's actually more entertaining.
In a lot of ways, if you get two high-level players in singles, it is very entertaining. It's the lower level is not always as entertaining because they can't keep their rallies going as long in singles.
Yeah, and just the athleticism in singles.
It's a great shot. J.W. Johnson able to step into that weak return from McGuffin. The wind right now, it needs to be noted, is in the face of McGuffin, so some of those returns might hang up a little bit or come up a little short.
6-4.
Yeah, the side that JW's on right now is super, super silly hard. The wind is really swirling, and so you don't quite know what to do over there. Like, if you hit it really hard, it's flying. If you don't hit it hard enough, it's not coming over the net.
Makes it a little trickier when it's swirling like that.
Yeah, Anna-Leigh and I were really struggling at the end of that game 3. Like, we couldn't get off at 8 because we weren't sure how to play the ball exactly due to the wind. So JW's got to hit a lot of topspin when he goes to hit those passing shots.
Nice job by McGuffin. It looks like early at least, McGuffin's strategy is to get up to that non-volley zone as soon as possible and really dictate the point from there. If he can keep the ball to JW's backhand, he usually slices and can't do much damage. He does have the two-handed rip, but I find more often than not, if he's getting pulled over, he's going to slice that to try to reset.
Yeah, and McGuffin wants to get in more of that cat and mouse game with the slices rather than the pure drives off JW's paddle.
I don't think anybody looks forward to seeing the passing shots from JW Jansen. But
that's what makes him so dangerous in singles.
And also, to be noted, in doubles, he's using the Franklin Ben Johns paddle.
Very
and then he
right?
switches back for singles to the carbon paddle. I just find that interesting. I don't know the reason behind it.
I think it's because, are we going to break, or should I keep talking?
Well, just finish that thought on that real quick.
Okay, I think it's because he does use his drives and passing shots, so he wants that extra spin that the carbon gives him in singles. That would be my guess. He's not driving the ball as much as doubles. He wants more of the finesse. But with the passing shots, that carbon's pretty dangerous.
Do you find that it would be difficult to make us, like for you, for example, would it be hard for you to switch from one paddle to another, a completely different brand? We're not talking about elongated versus a flat paddle tech. We're talking about two completely different companies. That's got to be a difficult thing, right?
It's funny that you asked that because Annalie and I were actually just talking about that exact thing during his doubles match. We were like, but the funny thing about JW is we play a lot of rec games with him. And he's very famous for playing with a different paddle in every single game. So he's quite used to switching. He's so talented. I just think this game comes very natural to him. And he knows what he can do with each paddle. And he picks his poison.
I love that insight right there. Again, we're seeing weaker returns from McGuffin because the wind's in his face. And JW trying to take advantage of that. Unable to on that one. But we'll keep an eye on that.
So good.
Well, and so Tyson's trying to get that inside out forehand working, but such a presence up at the net from JW. It's hard to get the ball by him.
And with the wind coming across the court towards McGuffin's backhand, when he runs around that forehand and tries to take it back inside out to JW's backhand, that's a tough ball because he's going against the wind and in both ways.
And then he's got to try to recover.
Exactly.
And that's a tough spot to be in.
I really liked when he took that inside in back forehand earlier.
So now Jansen starting to impose his will. Couple of passing shots, some unforced errors from McGuffin, and the score is now ballooned to 9-4.
Whoa, that just got sucked up by the wind.
That was crazy looking, though. It kind of went out wide and then circled back.
10-4.
All right, we got game point.
Ooh, that also, I think, was due to the wind. Just that's the kind of the direction it's going in.
Absolutely. He went right into that wind cell, and he's going for broke on that one, but honestly, he's up 10-4.
It's his game, too. Oh, I think that was actually going wide.
I think so, but
it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and it felt like he was already tracking it anyway, so he was just committing to it. One thing about JW Jansen is looking at his demeanor and his facial expressions, you don't know if he's winning or losing 10-4. Just no clue.
If you don't know J-Dub, though, if you don't know him, you should know that he's one of the funniest, wittiest guys I've ever met. I mean, he has Annalie and I laughing. He's so quick with his comebacks, but you're right, his demeanor on the court is totally different.
It's totally different, but he does have a great sense of humor. I have a video out, but that's the end of game one. We'll talk about that video in just a minute. Let's go to break, and we'll be back with Leigh Waters and Scott Golden after this. Well, that game 1 was explosive from both sides. J.W. Jansen coming out 11-5. Did not look back.
It'll be interesting to see if J-Dub's passing shots kind of get hung up in the wind on this side. See what happens here. Oh.
I believe the winning side has been over there more times than not.
Correct. Today it has been, yes.
You guys certainly closed it out in 3 over there, so.
I think that just missed.
I actually think Tyson called it good.
He did. He did. From our angle, I think it looked a little wide, but it's too close to call. That's the one thing in pickleball. I can't wait till we're at the point where players aren't having to make their own calls. It's just too hard.
Especially in singles because you're playing the ball and trying to make a call. It's almost impossible. Do you think some of these unforced errors like that, for example, is just because he's trying to he has to do a little bit more with JW?
J-Dub's putting so much pressure on him. He knows how quick J-Dub's hands are once he gets up there. So if Tyson doesn't do something special with that ball, he knows that JW is going to take it out of the air and probably win the hand battle. That's what Tyson's so good at right there, that cat and mouse.
Look, that when Tyson starts grunting and starts kind of, I don't know what you would really growling.
Barking.
Yes, all those verbiage words. I mean, that's not good for the opponent. He really can take over a game.
Just long. Yeah, I mean, that's what makes Tyson, one of the best singles players in the world is that cat and mouse game. He's so good at it. Yep. That's what he's got to do. He's got to keep JW guessing, keep the ball down so that JW can't be aggressive. I believe last time these two played, JW won in 3. So we'll see if Tyson can keep this one closer.
Tyson is by far one of the most energetic, plays to the crowd, feeds off that energy, and he needs that to be able to beat J.W. Jansen. He cannot be flat.
The crowd's loving it too.
Oh yeah, he definitely is a showman. But also backs it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
As does J.W. Jansen. I mean, this kid's come on the scene and just absolutely exploded the brackets of pro pickleball.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody that would argue he's one of the best in the business right now.
Absolutely. I don't know if anybody on tour has hands as fast as J-Dub, and that's, it makes it very difficult to attack him. You have to really be precise with your spots on him, or else you're going to pay. Oh, he missed it.
That ball missed.
But Tyson didn't see it.
Well, no, I think he did.
Oh, he did.
Or he just assumed.
Okay.
Maybe. No argument.
Nope.
Oh no, he's gonna give it back.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting that he didn't even try to ask or anything.
No.
And that's not for us to make that call, it's for him to.
No, absolutely.
And there's the point after. I think it would have been at least worth asking a ref to see, but maybe he just assumed.
I don't think I think he just assumed. I don't think he knew that it even
clipped the net. The clipping of the net is what caused it to shoot out wide.
Yep.
He just basically yelled, "Make a volley," because he's been missing some of those volley backhands.
He might want to take I would take a timeout right here, but he's not going to.
I bet we see one more. If he loses this point, I bet we'll see a timeout. Tyson taking his time.
That was smart. That was really smart because
well, he was looking right up into the sun.
And the wind is just moving the ball. I mean, I shanked one off the end of my paddle. The wind just takes it the last second. Smart to let it bounce. Wow.
Tyson's so quick on his feet, but the precision of J.W. Jansen and the ability to just take the pace off that ball, I think, is the difference. The wind picking up, becoming a little bit of a factor here.
Yeah, he's still not calling a timeout. He needs it. He needs to get this game.
5-4.
That was beautiful.
I mean, you can't teach that right there.
No.
I don't think anybody can mimic what just happened. I mean, that backhand cross court with so much ferocity, if you will.
Yeah.
He was very intent with that. He had a lot of intention going.
Both these guys being tennis players, that's a tennis volley. It's beautiful, and it's such a great shot in singles. The women use that shot as well. Just pulls you right off the court.
Tyson perhaps changing things up just a little. It looked like he went inside out drop instead of hard drive because he realized he got burned on that last cross court from Jansen. Well, he's just making Tyson work really hard. What do you think about going for the rip shot there versus like a reset? I mean, is it just in the moment?
I would have gone for it, but I would have ripped it down the line. I think you just made a wrong choice, but I would have definitely gone for it.
I love it. It's interesting that the missed returns have happened more, I believe, on this side with the wind in their face. That's interesting.
Maybe it's because they think they can go for it a little bit more, and then it just gets away. But I'm telling you, it's very swirly. So it could just be at the last second the wind changes direction and just...
I 100% think that's what it is. Tyson right now from that side looks like he's trying to serve big and then step in and take a rip to see if he can close these points quickly. He knows the longer these points go, he doesn't want to get into any volley exchanges at the net.
He really kept that return down low, which made it difficult for J-Dub to come up with a pass on that one. Yeah, I mean, the windsock is just like doing circles. It doesn't really know which way the wind's blowing either. So
it's very confused.
So
Jansen with a little bit of emotion there.
No, that's new.
I haven't seen that much from him.
That is new.
He really doesn't show a whole lot.
Whenever he does show a little emotion, though, it's always like he's talking to himself very quietly, though. Like, I've never heard him yell, like any emotion, negative or positive.
He's not much for yelling.
No, he's not much for yelling. And when he and Dylan play, I just want, hold on. When he and Dylan play, I just rolled his eyes at himself.
Big eye roll. He doesn't say much, and that's what you were gonna say something about him and Dylan.
I just want one of them to like scream, like about something.
They just don't.
They just don't. It's so funny.
Frazier's the same exact way. He does not show that emotion. Tyson trying to mix up these drives. He loves to circle around and go with that inside out, but to have that shot be effective, he's got to come down the line a few times to keep him honest.
Oh, that just missed too. Yeah, Tyson's runs around and hits that forehand a lot because then he has so many options. He can go down the line, he can go inside out, he can drop, he can drive.
Well, I think he also realizes his best weapon is not his backhand.
Correct.
You know, a lot of the
he doesn't have the two-hander.
Correct. It's not going to be a huge weapon, so he's trying to use his best attributes.
Absolutely.
Which is why you see him do that versus some of these other guys, like a Gabriel Joseph will sit on the backhand trying to rip. I'm surprised we haven't seen a timeout.
There we go.
Well, there it is, but before that.
I know.
And he's still only 8-6, but if he finds himself down 2-0,
it's going to be tough against J-Dub to come back at that point.
I think it's tough in the best of 5 mentally more than even physically. Physically, these players are in great shape. They can go 5 games.
Oh, yeah,
it's the mindset of being down to a top elite pro. It's like climbing up it's like climbing up Mount Everest almost.
Yeah.
But in that same breath, we've seen you and Leigh up 2 games and up 8-1 in the third and end up losing.
That was fun.
Was that in Orlando? I can't remember.
No. That was at the Texas Open.
Texas Open.
Yeah.
So walk us through that real quick. I mean, you guys are in control. It seemed to be. We all thought it was going to be over.
I think that was a problem. I think we thought it was over.
We all did. We all thought it was over.
And we still had to win 3 points.
Did you guys just get lax in your mindset, or did they just start playing a lot better?
I think it was a combination of both, because at that point, okay, we have 3 more points. We're cruising, maybe not as focused as we should be, and all of a sudden they have no pressure, right? And so they start hitting out, playing better. Next thing you know, it's 8-8. You don't want to go to a game 4, and then you lose, and then you're like, oh, now I got to go to a game 4. You'll lose that game, and then now all the pressure's on you, because you know what position you had just previously been in.
And you can't help but replay that in your mind, I'm sure.
And it got really windy as that match went on. We ended up on the bad side, and they were playing very free, and we were playing very cautious, and we lost. And kudos to them for fighting back. And we learned a valuable lesson that day. So.
And you used it here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
J-Dub looking to really apply pressure coming in.
Really smart from Tyson, letting that ball drop so he could kind of get in that cat and mouse game that he does so well.
That's the fire that Tyson McGuffin wants to create. He wants to create his own momentum off of a shot like that. He can sometimes make big strides.
This is a big point right here.
Ball just didn't come up.
Nope.
I think he slid to the right instead of kind of cutting in on the ball, but I think he thought it was going to get a little deeper.
You can see the flag, it's blowing right at us, so that ball, the wind just pulled that ball down hard.
Knocked it down, and Tyson couldn't get under it enough.
Oh,
so
what a grab.
Good. But also the anticipation of knowing he was going cross-court, because if you watch on the replay, he went ahead and anticipated going that way. If Jansen goes behind him, he's toast.
Yeah.
But he guessed right on that one. And I say guessed loosely because he probably felt the vibe.
Anticipation is so huge in singles. Oh,
that's a big error there, as he doesn't typically miss, but the wind blowing hard from his backside. Oh my God, it came back and he recovered. I mean, I'm just going to say this. It's a good thing that Tyson didn't completely stop playing. He actually, if you watch on the replay, his body language was that it was over, and then he just perked right back up.
J-Dub got it. Can't count J-Dub out.
No, and it came all the way back across the court. Unbelievable.
And honestly, with no wind, that ball would have gone over, so he would have still been at the point.
It's, again, great anticipation from the opponent, J.W. Jansen, committing to that fully and then being able to go back across his body. Tremendous talent.
Whoever gets to 9, I feel like is going to win this game.
Look at him. That's what Tyson McGuffin wants. Let's watch this replay.
Oh my
as
gosh.
he scoots over there.
I mean, literally right off the bounce. He just took it right off the bounce and pushed it cross court. That was amazing.
The athleticism on this court right now, Leigh, is unbelievable.
That was a big point. He pulled it off. He got to 9 first.
That's huge. If he would have got that, the crowd would have exploded. No doubt, because that would have then been game point. But instead, it's 8-9 with JW having serve.
Yeah, he kept that deep.
One, again, we hate to kick the dead horse of the win, but JW right now hitting into the wind, the ball knocking that down just a tad. point coming up right here. I mean, how many people in the world can take a backhand volley, cut it across their body, fading away, mind you?
Yeah, I like it better when Tyson keeps the ball on the ground and doesn't let JW take it out of the air. His volleys are just so good in his hands so fast. Oh. Oh, he missed it.
Now, he closed his eyelids that time, but there was still an eye roll under those eyelids. You
I
know,
love the facial expressions we're getting.
Yeah, we're getting like a close-up view because he's walking right back towards us. Tyson knows how big these points are.
But what a return.
Well, we've been talking about how Tyson likes to get around that return, but JW knows that as well. So he's getting that ball a little deeper, I think, to keep Tyson from being able to get on.
Yeah, and he was too out of position on that one. He was pretty cooked.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. This is Leigh Waters joining me in the booth for all the live action. We've got the conclusion of Game 2 coming up.
Felt like I had to always drink water over and over, but I still felt a little bit dizzy by the end of the day. But once I tried to incorporate more electrolytes in my daily life, it really helped me out. My favorite thing about the pickleball cocktail is the flavor. It tastes great. I drink the pickleball cocktail every morning to make sure that I stay hydrated throughout the whole day. It's important to drink first thing in the morning. If you wait until you play, you're usually too late. You start feeling dehydrated. When it comes to hydration, don't wait before it's too late.
All right, they've been gridlocked at 8-9 for quite a while. Tyson's slipping.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looked like he slipped.
He definitely did. He's got a nice pair of shoes on. Must have hit some sweat over there. I think JW really likes his forehand drive and then closing the gap, but Tyson able to handle it so far. Some big points coming up down the stretch.
I thought that return was sailing, but somehow it stayed in and caught the line.
I mean, do you challenge there just in case you saw it wrong? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, jeez.
That one stayed in. He's choosing to keep Jansen back.
Yeah.
That's so good.
That's what I'm talking about. If JW's able to take that volley out of the air, you're in trouble.
Dangerous. Timeout right there, as we suspected, because it's game point. He's down, Tyson down a game, and now finds himself staring down the barrel of game point. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after this.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Striker Pro V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
This crowd's been amazing. Oh my gosh.
All right, guys. As the crowd settles in for game point. Oh, deadly forehand. A look of disparity from McGuffin as that ball did not sail wide. It stayed in.
That was so clutch. That was a beautiful pass by J-Dub.
So let's throw a few stats out for you real quick, and I want to get your thoughts on this, as we now know that Tyson McGuffin is down 2 games to J.W. Jansen. In singles in 2022, J.W. Jansen is currently going into this match 32 wins and 3 losses in singles, 64 wins to 11 losses in games played. That's an 85% winning percentage in singles, and he's outscored his opponents 772 points to 419 points won, and that's 64%. What are your thoughts on that? And now, what is Tyson McGuffin facing?
Yeah, I mean, that's an uphill climb. JW is so solid in singles. He's virtually, by the stats, unbeatable this year. He's got a lot of confidence, and Tyson's really going to have to grind and I think change up the game plan just a little to have a fighting chance here. I'd like to see him try to a little bit more drops, a little bit more cat and mouse. I feel like when they do both get to the net, Tyson's trying to go for these winners, and JW's taking the ball out of the air and putting him away. And with JW, you just can't give him a volley because he's just too dangerous. And with that paddle, the little bit of extra spin, those balls are going off the court.
Yeah.
So
interesting. And you know, I want to just touch on this. I've been around the sport 5 years. You've been around a long time as well. Ben Johns went on a run of singles, like not losing for like 2 years, I think.
Yeah, he won like some sick amount of games in a row, matches in a row.
Ridiculous. But J.W. Jansen coming on the scene has really given Ben a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And everyone else. So as this talent comes in, I mean, we're seeing more and more of these upsets. Did that ball stayed in.
His passes, I'm telling you, J-Dub plays differently than a lot of the male pros play. A lot of the male pros want to get into the cat and mouse. That's how they've always played, including Ben Johns.
So
J-Dub doesn't want to be in the cat and mouse. He wants to be aggressive. He's going to pass you. He's going to pass you. If he gets a shot, he's going to rip it. He doesn't want to play this cat and mouse game.
Is that due to his belief in his skill set that he can rip a ball from anywhere on the court?
That, and he knows that his hands can back him up. So if the ball comes back fast, you know what? He doesn't care because that's what he wants. He wants to get in a hands battle with you.
As we just saw in that last
Exactly.
point. Well, again, I just want to bring this up again. J.W. Jansen knows that Tyson likes to get around that backhand, so he's getting that return a little further over.
See, there we go.
It's too good.
It's too good.
Tyson is not able to get his body weight back over there with the whipping shot that Johnson's getting.
A lot of players, you know, maybe they have a forehand drive down the line or forehand, you know, roll or drive cross court, but maybe they don't have both. JW's dangerous on both sides and can rip down the line and cross court. So what do you do? What do you do? He's passed Tyson now. What's the score? 5-0. He's passed him pretty much 5 straight times.
He also has the two-handed weapon
Correct.
that he's added to the arsenal.
Yeah.
Look, he's really feeling it.
Yeah.
He knows. I mean, you never want to concede at all, but right now the body language is just not great right there. Realizing that his opponent's in
the zone,
the
honestly.
zone.
And Tyson's now trying to go for a little bit too much on the returns.
I mean, do you bother calling a timeout at this point? I feel like you should.
I feel like you should, but I also have been in that position, and you just kind of feel a little dejected.
You almost don't want to sit for 60 seconds.
You're
by
almost
yourself.
just like, I almost just want to just get off the court right now. But yes, you know, by all means, he should be taking a timeout.
He's fighting through for now, but I just think he's off a little right now too, either physically or mentally or both. He needs to maybe take that timeout so he can
just regroup.
Yeah, just stop the bleeding here. That's a tough one because he normally doesn't miss that.
No, I think there he
There's
goes.
the timeout.
I think it's just, you know how good J-Dub is, so you try to make the next shot even better than the last shot, and then next thing you know, you're not watching the ball, and yeah, I've been there, so I know what it feels like. Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break. Thank you, Leigh Waters, for taking your time to join me in the booth. We'll be right back for Game 3 final coming up.
Thank you for calling Jigsaw Health. This is Katie. How may I help you?
So good, so good.
Sure, I can help you with that.
Wait. Less wrist, more shoulder.
It's been absolutely amazing having Coach Simone here at Jigsaw Health. She just knows how to get the most out of everyone.
Hey, Katie, could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right. That's why I stay out of kitchens.
All right, as that Jigsaw commercial wraps up, we're seeing the end of game 3. Tyson has to do something desperate here. There's just nothing you can do about that right there.
I actually really liked that return. It gave him time to like get in. It was a little bit loftier, but J-Dub just stepped in and ripped it.
I mean, Tyson is one of the grittiest competitors that we have on the tour.
I mean, and he's one of the best singles players there are. It's not like Tyson's some lightweight. Tyson's a heavyweight in singles.
But he's feeling it right now from J.W. Jansen.
Yeah, and I think this is how J-Dub beat Ben Johns as well. He was just ripping, and Ben's not used to seeing that from other players.
When Jansen is in this type of zone, it's going to be hard to overcome him. He's just too dialed in right now.
It's interesting, like the women, when somebody gets really hot on passing shots, they just stay back. It'll be interesting to see if the men's game ever
switches,
kind of evolves. Because when you play somebody like J-Dub, who's just ripping passing shots, like, I don't know, I might be inclined to just stay back and then rely on your passing shots for a little bit.
I've often thought that.
Yeah.
Like, why just rush into a buzzsaw right there?
Yeah.
Stay back, give yourself a chance. Maybe hit the reset on a drive. A little glimmer of hope here.
Yeah, if the men's game starts to evolve with more people starting to play like J-Dub, and more players coming in from a tennis background.
Be forced to change.
It might be forced to change, yeah. There we go, Tyson.
Well, and that forehand flick, he rolled it out wide, and it was going to circle back in, it looked like. So doing a good job putting pressure on Jansen to hit that.
Putting some points on the board. Oh, that one was tough against the wind there.
Well, and I mean, at 210, he's got to do this every single point. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be a grind.
Going to be a grind, but he's been down before. I don't know if you remember this, but in Atlanta, it was indoor. It had rained, and they moved indoor, and he was playing Ben Johns. He was cramping so bad, and somehow ended up coming back in the third game and winning, forcing the game to 15.
Oh, jeez.
And but he couldn't walk after that. 2 points into the game to 15, he threw in the white towel and said, I
can't
nothing
do
left.
it.
He was literally locking up. But the fight from this guy is never, ever going to be gone.
Well, he's a true competitor. I love Tyson.
You can't help but love Tyson. He's the face of Selkirk, but he's also the face of pickleball in the sense of how gritty he really is, and always a fan favorite.
Oh, yeah, and he's always so gracious to his competitors and gives you the energy at the same time.
All right, he's literally, I don't think this is an exaggeration, but fighting, scratching, and clawing for everything right now. But he's seeing a little bit of a glimmer of hope. Maybe he can come back and get this game 3.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys at home can see, but when JW gets some of those higher volleys, he changes his grip so that he can get some serious crazy spin on that ball. There it is.
And there it is. 11-3 final. We've got a great crowd cheering for 20-year-old J.W. Jansen, a South Florida native, taking down McGuffin in 3. Your
Awesome.
daughter up next
Yes.
against Leigh Jansen.
Yes.
Anything going into that match that she needs to do, or is she just going to go out and have fun and
Yeah,
take it
I
to
mean,
her?
Leia likes the cat and mouse game probably more than any female other than maybe Irina Tereshchenko, so it's a little bit different type style of play than Annalie, so she's going to have to adjust that. Leia's long, so she can reach and hit those angle volleys, so Annalie's going to have her passing shots are going to have to be on point today for sure.
One of the things that Leia mentioned in the broadcast before you came on was that when she plays Annalie in singles, if there's any 2 or 3 points in a row, like maybe 3 in a row, 4 in a row, she'll quickly use those timeouts, and
Yeah.
she does it so well.
Yeah.
You guys often use them quicker than the guys. I feel like the women have a great understanding of when to use those.
The guys don't seem to like to use timeouts. Seriously, even in mixed doubles, like the guys don't want to call timeouts. I don't know if it's a pride thing or what.
It might be. I've seen that also, and Leia pointed it out as well, but you guys were quick to call timeouts and recover from that momentum swing.
They really work. I mean, they truly work. They can change a momentum. Like, it happens a lot. That's why we call them.
Yeah, definitely. And Leia said she was taking notes on that, and she's going to use them whenever Annalie gets fired up. But guys, we're going to take a break. Thank you so much to Leigh Waters. This is
thanks
Scott
for having
Golden.
me, guys.
Absolutely. Congratulations on your women's pro doubles final champion. You guys played lights out all week long.
Thank you.
You guys are one of my favorite to watch, and always a crowd favorite as well. Guys, we're going to come back after this to see the conclusion of Championship Sunday with Leigh Waters battling Leigh Jansen for the final championship of the day. Stay tuned.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Welcome back courtside. I've got our champion here at the PPA Riverland Open, J.W. Johnson. Huge congratulations to you. That was a fantastic match that we just saw against Tyson McGuffin. What did you do to make that match come out with you on top?
I mean, obviously, like I always say, I look back at the clips, see what was working, what wasn't working, and I mean, obviously the wind kind of helped me today. I mean, those were tough conditions today, but I think I probably just adjusted a little bit better today, but other than that, I just played my game.
We've seen you go back and forth to the carbon paddle, to the Franklin paddle, and a lot of people, of course, are asking what is the significance of that and how does it help or hurt your game?
With the carbon paddle, I feel like there's a little more spin, not as much power, so obviously I like playing with that in singles more than doubles. And then obviously the Franklin's kind of the opposite a little bit, so I kind of like the Franklin for doubles just because of that perspective. So.
Does it ever bother you to switch back and forth even in the same day from one paddle to another that are actually very different?
Well, I haven't really done that before, so first time. So.
Well, it seems to have worked out at least today.
I mean, somehow it did. Luckily it did, so yeah.
All right, and I want to ask you a little more personal question. I've seen you, your sister, your mom wear these crystal necklaces on court. What is that for? Does it help your pickleball game?
Yeah, it gives all of us super strength. No, I'm kidding. It's just something somebody gave all of our family, so we just wear it just to wear it. So.
That's cool to have the whole family wearing the same thing together, and then you all feel like bound together or something. Can we see you playing more with your sister as well in the future?
Yeah, we're gonna play a few more later this year, so we're gonna see how it goes.
I love it. All right, big congratulations to you, J-Dub. And I'm going to bring Bryce Morgan on court here from the PPA to present you with your trophy.
Congratulations, JW. It seems like, I guess I don't need to hold it, huh? JW, it seems like each week, or each PPA tournament, you're better and better and better. Congratulations, really well-fought win, and it was a great match against Tyson McGuffin out there, so glad to have you.
Loved watching it. Everybody give him a hand. Scott, back over to you.
Nice shot, JW. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Hannah Johns. Gotta love an interview with J.W. Johnson, as he probably only speaks that amount of words in a whole day. That's putting him on the hot seat to talk a little bit about his mindset and how he's able to get that championship final under his belt. J.W. Johnson is a force to be reckoned with. There is no doubt about it. He spoke a little bit with Hannah on him switching from the carbon paddle in singles to the Franklin paddle in doubles. Just a difference in the way the paddles play. And I think that's tremendous insight because, of course, everybody was wondering what was the deal with that. You don't see many pros changing paddles completely. They might change from an elongated to more of a traditional or something like that. But seeing somebody go from a Franklin paddle in doubles to a carbon paddle in singles is pretty rare. So I think people were kind of it was turning heads. But all right, guys, this is Scott Golden joining you all day today. We are on the home stretch as Leigh Jansen takes on head-to-head rival Annalie Waters. Annalie Waters going for that triple crown. After this, we'll see if she can get it done.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury, fun, and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grit for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
All right, welcome back. If you take a look at the screen, you will see the most powerful 15-year-old you've ever laid eyes on, Annalie Waters, 5'6", out of Delray Beach, Florida. If you've been watching the live stream, you saw her capture the women's pro gold just before this, and you watched her capture the mixed doubles gold before that. And if you take a look now, her opponent, Leigh Jansen, 29 years of age, 5'10", out of Spokane, Washington, trains on a regular basis with Tyson McGuffin. Gotta love this matchup. It's a best-of-5 series. I have a feeling, as the history might repeat itself, this could go 5 games. Leigh Waters with supreme confidence right now, 2 titles under her belt, pacing the court, looking for her 3rd and the Triple Crown. Leigh Jansen coming off a little cold, not playing at all. Leigh Waters should be the should be the more fatigued out of the 2, but she's also 15 years old. We'll see what happens right now. Leigh Waters taking down Callie Smith in the PPA Indoor National Championships. Somehow she was able to keep that in. Leigh Jansen respecting the hustle from Leigh Waters. A lot of effort put forth there with no results, but it's got to be in the back of Leigh's mind that she can't take anything for granted against this 15-year-old phenom known as Leigh Waters. A nice rip down the line. Waters perhaps not expecting that shot going straight down the line on her. So much hustle. This is game 1, though. They better leave some gas in the tank, as this is a best-of-5 series. On the replay, looks like it's a little hard to tell from our angle, but may have gone a little long there. That's a deadly shot right there. A timeout called from Leigh Jansen. Nobody knew exactly what she was doing in the moment there. She forgot to let the referee know she was going for a timeout there. Finally did notify her. We're going to take a break as it's 6-2 with the #1 seed coming back from this timeout in just a minute.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Striker Pro V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
All right. Here we go. Leigh looking to attack early in that point, and a response from her opponent, Waters, too good. This first game, I touched on it briefly. Leigh Waters has supreme confidence going into this match. Leigh was up here in the booth, was hanging out, talking, and did 2 games with me. Probably didn't get a great opportunity to warm up. I mean, I'm sure she did warm up, but she might not have gotten that real-time game experience with it, that feel that you need. And it's evident right now as the score is ballooned to 9-2. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back.
I used to wonder if tomorrow was my last match. Have I reached my full potential? Have I made those who love me proud? Have I done enough to help others be their best? Have my accomplishments inspired others to dream bigger? I wonder no more. I can't change the past, but I can shape the future.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. 9-2 as Leigh Waters looks to be in control in game 1. That's such a good third shot. Dipping over the net with a lot of pace. Nothing Leigh Jansen could do on that one. She changed up the way she hit that ball. Leigh Waters hit a similar third, and instead of attacking there, she just took it and flipped it. Soft with a little bit of backspin. Good play there from Leigh Jansen. Leigh unsure if that return was in or out. She goes ahead and plays it, clipping the net cord. Leigh Jansen doing a better job now of taking care of business on that third shot from Leigh Waters and then taking control from there. She's in a much better position if she can fend off that third shot with a little bit of offense. That's just too good. That roll is nasty. Keep in mind that the wind is behind the back of Leigh Jansen, blowing into the face of Leigh Waters. That's just incredible from Leigh Waters. 2 back-to-back shots where Leigh Jansen doesn't even get a paddle on it. Leigh had the right shot on her Franklin paddle there, just missed out wide. 11-2. Leigh talking to the refs as she goes by. She already was unhappy because when she appealed the out call, she asked if it was out. He said he clearly saw it out, that upsetting Leigh Jansen, and now she's taking a moment to be by herself as she recovers. We're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll be back for game 2 after this.
There we go.
All right, as we get back to the action for game 2, I'll give a shout out to the refs on the court right now. Diane Anderson, Wayne Anderson, Michelle, Michael Westcott, and Kathy. Nice job from Leigh Jansen getting that third shot. Really well placed off the net cord, but a deep return causing trouble there for Leigh. All right, Leigh Jansen really picking it up here in game 2. She's got the wind more in her face now, and the wind blowing from the backside of Leigh Waters. A missed return with the wind sail. Not surprising that that went out. The wind blowing hard, making that adjustment can be tough at times. Passing shots from Leigh Waters right now are on point. Remember, she's going for the Triple Crown. A have to imagine her focus is elevated just enough. Timeout from Leigh Jansen as she misses that forehand wide. All right, guys, we're going to take a commercial timeout. This is Scott Golden joining you live on Championship Court. We'll be back after this.
Ben, I got your new paddle.
It's pretty awesome.
Could you sign it?
I already signed that one.
That's not your signature.
That is indeed my signature.
But I did not see you sign it myself personally.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, guys, as the crowd is clapping and everybody's excited, score is 3-3. Annalie Waters a little late on that forehand. I could tell the way she hit it, it was going to go out. She didn't hit it with commanding authority there. Leigh just missing. If she can get that figured out, get those balls over the net, she has a real good chance of changing the momentum. But when those balls keep hitting the net court, it can be tough mentally. She had what she wanted on the paddle there. Just overcooked it. Great athleticism and anticipation from Leigh Jansen. Let's take a look at the replay as she catches it on the fly, flicking it back to the middle of the court. No need to let that ball bounce. Jansen saying use it after she gets the ball back here. Nice recovery there from Jansen. That's what she needed. Maybe that'll be the spark that gets her going in game two, as she knows how big it is to sneak a game back. She cannot afford to go down 2-0, as we've seen all day. That has not bode well for teams or players going down 2-0 in these championship matches. Well-placed ball there from Jansen. It's obvious this game, too, is going to go back and forth. Already several lead changes. Nice job. Leigh Jansen with a little bit of emotion there. She needs that. She's got to fire herself up. She's down 1-0. It's now 7-5. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action on Championship Court. What a great vibe here at the PPA Riverland Open. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Leigh Waters getting to the net, dominating that point. All right, score is now knotted up at 7. Smart timeout there as Leigh Waters brings it back to a tie ball game. Game 2. This is Scott Golden. We'll be right back to the action after this.
Question: what do you need most when you're on the court? Is it stability, breathability, comfort, or support? Well, now it doesn't have to be either or. Footwear designed by pickleball players for pickleball players. Introducing the Drive V by Tyrell. Available at tyrellpickleball.com.
All right, after that Jigsaw Health commercial, we are ready for some more action. Got a fantastic game 2 underway. Leigh Jansen starting to play much better than she did in game one. She started out a little cold, which is to be expected. It's something that you see often. She did not get a good chance to hit. I'm sure she was doing commentary with me. It's a really nice return from Waters as she gets it far right to Leigh Jansen's forehand. Score is now 8-8. Jansen saying, you know she's doing that. So good right there from Waters as she looks like she's going to hammer cross court and then goes back the other way. Fooled Leigh Jansen and myself. There's a net cord. Leigh Waters finishing that one off with an explanation point, clipping the net, keeping it in. 2-0 in favor of the #1 seed, Leigh Waters. 11-2, 11-8. Let's take a break. We'll be back for game 3 after this. I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
All right, as we see game 3 about to get underway, Leigh Waters bouncing around, gonna serve. You might have noticed Leigh Jansen doing a certain pattern with her paddle and her feet. Has to do with neuroscience. She spoke about it with Tyson McGuffin on his podcast if you're interested in finding out more about why she does that. That's just too good from Leigh Waters as she closed the gap. Put that ball away.
2-0.
That's so good. That backhand, almost like a windmill type shot, is so deadly. She can go cross court or down the line. All right, guys, we're going to take another commercial timeout. We'll be right back after this.
Not today. Break's over. You dropped something.
That's a wicked backhand.
My name is Parenteau, and I've been playing pickleball for almost 6 years. I travel a lot to play in tournaments. I'm always on planes, and I see a lot of people when I travel. I need to make sure that I stay healthy. I need to support my immune system, so that's the reason why I use the Pure Whey C+.
All right. Waters missing a rare serve after that timeout. Worked out well. You'll see Jansen doing the neuroscience routine, and I guess gave it right back. Back-to-back missed serves. Interesting. That doesn't happen a whole lot at the pro level. The wind really swirling right now, changing direction. All right, another timeout at 6-0. She's used both her timeouts. Let's just keep rolling for this one right here. That's a pretty quick timeout back-to-back there. As Jansen now finds herself down 7-0. It's 11-8, 11-2. First game. A dominating performance so far from 15-year-old Leigh Waters. Just want to take a minute to give a shout out to all the referees that are part of these PPA tournament tour stops. We would not be able to do what we do without their hard work and dedication. I was told the last ref left the facility around 1 a.m. last night, and several of them back again here for a 10 a.m. start, giving their best to the sport of pickleball, helping progress and evolve the pro level. We need more professional refs, guys. If you have the desire to impact the sport, that's one way that you can do it. Go get certified, become a referee. The wind really starting to pick up a little bit. Jansen with a good timeout. Leigh Jansen going for that down the line rip. Waters recognizing it's going to go long. Jansen looking a little frustrated after missing that. Nice job as Annalie Waters really took control of that point off the net cord, and then Jansen returns the favor. Nice job from Annalie Waters as she got the come on and got the crowd going. Point. 10-0, and there it is. 11-0 final. Annalie Waters gaining the upper hand, never looking back, finishing in 3. And guys, we have a triple crown for Annalie Waters. What an accomplishment for that 15-year-old phenom in Delray Beach, Florida, playing to the crowd right there as she gives her mom a big hug. Speaking to Leigh Waters after their big win, she said, man, there was so much pressure on me to help get that job done in women's pro, as she knew if she could get over that hump, Annalie Waters had a great chance to triple crown. Unbelievable. What an accomplishment. She's got to be real proud of herself, and I know her family is proud as well. Big hug to Dad right there. Nothing but smiles for Annalie Waters as she is going to enjoy this one. She said when she wins a big title, her and her mom like to go shopping. That's what she said in the interview with Hannah Johns. I'd be curious to know what her and her mom are going to buy. She said her dad always gets a little nervous when they go shopping together. Fun stuff. Guys, I just want to take a minute to thank each and every one of you that tuned in for the 4 full days of professional pickleball on the PPA Tour. We have more stops ahead in 2022. And we are looking forward to having you guys join live. If you are not able to make it to a PPA Tour stop yet in 2022, I really encourage you to carve time out in your schedule to be a part of something very special right now going on in professional pickleball. If you take a look at the map, you'll see up next is the Austin Open, March 24th through the 27th. Austin, Texas, a booming place in pickleball right now. Try to make your way over to Austin, Texas, March 24th through the 27th. Red Rock Open, again, April 6th through the 10th in St. George, Utah. What a beautiful place Utah is. You've got to find Utah in April. And then, of course, the North Carolina Open, a PPA 500 event, May 5th through the 8th in Charlotte, North Carolina. I've actually been to all but one of those locations, and they are fantastic places to go visit and get you some pickleball in. Make sure to sign up and play in all the events, and then, of course, buy tickets for Championship Sunday to be a part of something very, very special. We're going to take this down to Hannah Johns right now for the Triple Crown winning interview in just a minute. The crowd dispersing slowly, just really soaking up what we witnessed here on Championship Court today. It's very, very special. Annalie Waters wiping a few tears from her cheeks as she is just overcome with emotion. And we're going to send it down right now to Hannah Johns in about 5 seconds. Hannah's going to speak to the winning singles champion.
Welcome back one last time to the PPA Riverland Open. Annalie, 2 words, Triple Crown. How are you feeling right now?
I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, like, when I won, I was kind of shocked for a second, and then I just started screaming and running over to my mom, so that was pretty much my reaction.
All right, well, this match, it does mean the Triple Crown. That's an awesome achievement for you. How do you celebrate? How do you move on from here? How do you even prepare for the rest of the year?
Well, I think I'm going to forget about pickleball for a couple days, honestly, and going to the next one, trying to do the same thing, just, you know, knowing that I can do it but not putting too much pressure on myself. But tonight I'm definitely having a big dessert, as I always say.
Well, actually, Ben told me you're going to Hot Pot tonight. Excited for that?
We'll see. I'll let you know in the next tournament how that went.
I heard that you're kind of scared to do Hot Pot.
I am, because he took me to sushi and it wasn't the best experience for me, but we'll see about this one.
All right, good luck on that endeavor tonight. I know Hot Pot can be a little scary. I'm going to bring Connor Ogden onto court now from the PPA Tour to present your trophy. Connor?
Awesome. Annalie, congratulations. I know this has been a long time coming, but it's been a year of the waters. You're undefeated in singles. You captured your first Triple Crown, and you get to actually take this trophy home. And I hope you fill it with ice cream. I know you're quite a dessert junkie, and so we're so proud of you, and congratulations on your first Triple Crown.
Thank you. All right, congratulations again. Scott, take us away.
All right, thanks so much to Hannah Johns and Annalie Waters for that fantastic interview. You heard it from her first. She's going to go out and have a big dessert tonight. Gotta love that, guys. She is a dessert junkie. As you know, she likes to cook and bake, and her mom have a great time. If you follow them on social media, you know that they live life to the fullest, and this 15-year-old is absolutely on fire right now. Undefeated in pro singles on the PPA Tour. Fantastic results for her as she is really taking form early in 2022. Let's see if she can continue that run at the next March 24th through the 27th Austin Open. Guys, thanks for tuning in. This is Scott Golden. We'll see you next time.